Never shame but never free. A life that healed the broken heart with all that it could. Lived a life so endlessly, saw beyond what others see. I tried to heal your broken heart with all that I could. Will you stay? Will you stay away forever? How do I live without the ones I love? Time still turns the pages of the book it's burned. Place in time, always on my mind. I have so much to say, but you're so far away. Lands of what our futures hold.
In this video I will show
It seems we're so invincible. The truth is so cold. A final song, a last request, a perfect chapter laid to rest. Now and then I try to find a place in my mind where you can stay. You can stay awake forever. How do I live without the ones I love? Time still turns the pages of the book it's burned. Facing time, always on my mind. I have so much to say, but you're so far away. Sleep tight. fine. While I recall the words you spoke to me, can't help but wish that I was there, like where I'd love to be. Oh yeah. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold me when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need that person who can be true to you, but I left her when I found her, and now I wish I'd stay. 'Cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no. Once again, there's nothing here for me on this barren road. There's no one here while the city sleeps and all the shops are closed. Can't help but think of the times I've had with you, pictures and some memories will have to help me through. Oh yeah. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold her when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need that person who can be true to you. I left her when I found her, and now I wish I'd stay. 'Cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no. Once again. Well, some search, never finding a way. Before long, they waste away. I found you, something told me to stay. I gave in to selfish ways, and how I miss someone to hold when hope begins to fade. A lonely road crossed another cold state line, miles away from those I love, purpose hard to find. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold me when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need the person who can be true to you. I left her when I found her, and now I wish I'd stay. 'Cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no. Once again. Like walking into a dream, so unlike what you've seen, so mature but it seems. God's we've been waiting for you, falling into this place, just giving you a small taste of your afterlife. Here, so stay, you'll be back as soon anyway. I see a distant light, but girl, this can't be right. Such a surreal place to see, so wild if this come to be, or out to
remaining. Dire team back.
With no respect for another.
Radiant team back.
Feel the fire, feel the hate.
Dire team back.
Desire. Lost, hit the wall. Watch you crawl. So don't replace the liar. And I know you hear their voices. And I know they miss
Я думаю, комментарии излишни. Готовы, давайте. Я думаю, комментарии излишни. Фаворитом назначили Nigma 1:08 на победу бывшего состава Liquid, нынешний.
Практически
не верят.
1 к 10, я же говорю. Это вообще шансов не дают. 10% всего. 10%,
ну или семикратное умножение в случае победы агрессив мод, вашего выбора ставки. Бонус на первый депозит от наших друзей, баннер по трансляции, по рематчу. Один из лучших друзей WePlay.
Хорошо. В общем, перейдем к пикам, к банам. Агрессив мод направили уже бан. В очередь Nigma расправились с Лишаком и Траксином. Я думаю, что агрессив мод стоит подбанить Тинь, потому что, исходя из того, что мы видели в движении нескольких дней, у Nigma геймплей строится по двум сценариям. Позже они играют кэрри Тинь, играют через четверку, и в том и в другом случае они любят трилейнить. То есть, если мы посмотрим на предыдущие карты, они либо сильно проигрывают линии на стадии лейнинга, либо одну линию очень сильно выигрывают, как раз таки четверки Тинь. Думаю, что агрессив мод как раз стоит надавить слабость в стадии лейнинга, которая часто происходит.
Кстати, а можно ли отметить, что, например, агрессив мод вчера пристально дали избавились?
Нет, смотри, вот баны, которые они сейчас убирают, это вот герои, которые являются, наверное, сильными команды агрессив мод. Это Драксир, про который мы говорили, Снэпфайр для Лила, вот, или Шаг, который просто вот особенно... Я не знаю, что поставили это под Гальера.
Вчера Нича дважды появлялась даже.
Нича Никс — это герои, против которых приятно играть. Это те герои, которые ломают игру, и те герои, которые заставляют взять героев против героев. Нича, Никс, теперь помнишь эти вообще? Хотят поиграть по-честному? Мне странно, что отправили именно Випа в бан, а не Тинь. На мажоре, кстати, на мажоре против Славдара Oracle Тролль всегда отвечали. Да, видели? Нет, вообще процентов 80 команд, вот когда видят Славдара, они сразу отвечают. Тролль Oracle. Славдара сразу линии нет. Может быть, его на саппорта поставить. Или как бы дальше играть на этой линии, но тогда обычно Славдар играет не по темпу.
Где-то уже показывали Славдара на саппорт. Говорили
это единственное, показывал Славдар. Да, сейчас на саппорте больше давал. В данном случае Oracle отлично.
Я говорю, там, где
молодец,
стоит Саша,
хорошо, подсказываешь. Статистика работает, парни.
Так, а что же дальше? Тролль?
Но, возможно, не хотят тролля, потому что получат какую-то пугну.
Хотя пугну есть ли альтернатива троллю для того, чтобы полностью закрыть Славдара? Или
вертолет я еще видел. Мне нравится вертолет. Точно кроль.
10 seconds remaining.
Слабо. Тролль выглядит...
5 seconds remaining.
Нам показывали действительно хороший вариант. Oracle пугна.
Oracle
неприятно у нас. Так, подождали они. Ждали. Так, и дальше. Ну, пока Тини все так же перспективно. Знаешь, вот это открытие двух саппортов, это вот в этой мете, мне кажется, не есть. По-моему, открытие двух саппортов это слабина. Но в данном случае оправдать агрессив мод, потому что кверка ты всегда можешь поставить. Ты тут сразу же наберут лайфстиллера, героя, который очень хорошо использует Славдара, и Разор убирается. Помнишь, я говорил тебе? Лайфстиллера, берешь Разора. Ну, Разор, мне кажется, что в какой-то степени Разор почаще пикать обязательно героев типа Ластиллера, Тролля и так далее. Он сам по себе очень
10
сильный
seconds
персонаж.
remaining.
Единственное, что теперь, вот теперь, когда я вижу Слардара Ластиллера, у меня сразу возникает
5
куча вопросов.
seconds remaining.
Два героя, которые полностью рассчитаны на да, и получается, кого надо убрать. То
Dire
есть
team
Разора ты
ban.
убрал, остается очень неприятный Морфлинг,
Radiant
приятный.
team ban.
Остается Террорблейд, и еще нужно иметь Кара под Оракла. Вот 3 героев сейчас должны уметь держать команда Нигма.
Хускар — это первое, что мне пришло.
Не, ну Хускару не так приятно, я бы сказал. Дара, Стиллера.
Ну, опять-таки же, это
Если будут
два
давить,
понимания.
если как-то по линиям и залетит еще этот Хускар на последний пик под Оракла, то реально могут задавить. Вот я к этому
10
веду,
seconds remaining.
что 1 к 10, это странно. Это то, что команды, судя по
5
драться.
seconds remaining.
Играет с ним бан. Хватит, банили Чена. Или, опять же, я думаю, может появиться с Лардаром достаточно Ораклом. Я бы, честно говоря, штуки делать. Я бы идти не отказывался, потому что не тот герой, которым ты можешь играть там в стадии игры или в лейтгейме, у него очень быстро падает актуальность. GH — это тот игрок, исполнитель на четверке, ну, мне кажется, один из самых сильных мидов. И давайте ему вот... Вы не можете закончить там за 20-30 минут. Мне кажется, все-таки...
Регионка.
Регионка вчера показала не самую такую наибольшую эффективность против Ластиллера, по крайней мере. Исходя из того, что мы можем...
Radiant team pick.
Регионка 3 и та линия, которая Найкса. Вот, кстати, хороший герой.
Кстати, его не
Гораздо
было,
лучше, чем
по-моему.
Тени, на мой взгляд. И, ну, это, знаешь, очень командиром Легиона неприятно против них играть. Прям приятно. То есть дуэлить, КБшки, прям вообще. И вот это вот тот герой, который можно масс-драки переворачивать. Теперь, получается, у Нигмы довольно сильный
10
потенциал на
seconds
драку,
remaining.
при том, что лайфстейлер у них. То есть не возьмешь шарик разбивать.
5 seconds remaining.
Ну, все так же тролль остается. Тролль. Взять тролля. Больше Морф нравится к этому. А он показывает. И он бьет в одну цель, дуэл дэмэджа у него будет, клокерка в одну цель, Oracle Support тоже в одну цель. То есть, по заклинаниям, по драке очень сильно будет проигрывать агрессив мод, то есть им нужно сейчас добирать героев, которые обладают заклинаниями с массовым уроном. Неудобства и с Эйблом, с рутами. Очень хорошо. Много урона залетает с Бладрайта и Собности. То есть... Я вот с Лардаром не особо боялся против Гира играть, честно говоря. В том, что так плохо. Ластиллера.
Также, видишь, просматривает вариант тролля.
Dire team
Немного выбора. Появляется тот тролль, которого мы давно ожидали, хотя здесь, на мой взгляд, какой-то морф был бы уже. Это спорно. С другой стороны, у тебя есть Оракл под ТБ. Да, но я имею в виду, что вот эти 3 героя, им бы сложно было играть в доту, пока Блейд получается.
10 seconds remaining.
Теперь, к сожалению, тролль вот не решает тех проблем. Я говорил, и вот
5
катастрофически опять же не
seconds
хватает урона
remaining.
в маздраке. То есть
Есть ласпик для этого. Попробовать.
Хорошо, какие варианты есть исправить ситуацию? Или мы ждем еще?
Нет, мы ждем еще и бана.
Нигма, по идее, должны сейчас тимфайту закрывать, дабы агрессив мод не могли в тимфайте победить. Сейчас бодаться по линиям у них и так хорошо. То есть можно просто взять героев, на которых на 15-й минуте просто гораздо сильнее в драке. То есть либо комбинация под шаре и котла, либо еще герой на массфайт, то есть пугна какая-то, которая говорит сразу. То есть и против дуэли классно, и против тролля классно. Он наносить Wi-Fi Oracle. Да, и Виха играет.
Если они прямо сейчас...
Ну,
скорее всего, надо было побанить Эмбера.
Сейчас мне, наверное, нравится.
Нет, именно брать мне тоже.
Класснули на Виверну с логикой того, что два основных наносят почти чисто, хотят, возможно, защиту. Причем Виверна — это тоже один из самых сильных героев файта с позиции саппорта.
Конечно, я вот смотрю на персонажа Aggressive Mode, у меня есть опять crazy план. Пик Undying сильно зазонит в тройку-четверку. Может там убивать, конечно, под легионкой будет сложно, но все равно лом, файт.
Ну, у тебя есть,
лейнинг.
знаешь, у тебя как бы есть уже лайфстиллер, который постоит хорошо и против Легиона, Клока, даже если будет
Смотри,
двое. И мне
я-
кажется, нет смысла заморачиваться на
Смотри,
шоу.
проблема в том,
Radiant
что
team banned.
конкретно про вчерашнюю игру Underlord. При том, что не факт, что это Underlord будет на тройке и Слардар будет в четверке. Посмотрим. Я думаю, решат еще, как разлейнить эту ситуацию. Так вот, касаемо вчерашней игры, там было так, что Энча это просто была очень сильная легионки, а сравнивать и говорить легион вот Силлер или
10
легионка
seconds
много неудобств
remaining.
доставляет, потому что Силлера очень маленький базовый урон, там 50
5
урона,
seconds
и
remaining.
немного армора, то есть в принципе, если саппорт будет не самый сильный на линии, я бы не сказал, что Лайфстиллер там будет фармить.
Dire team
Итак,
banned.
у Лайфстиллера есть определенные проблемы в начале.
Ну, а какие вот пока что ты видишь варианты расстановки линий для Нигмы? Потому
Но
что
я думаю, что они будут отталкиваться больше какого-то еще плана и своего.
Они, скорее всего, действительно могут поставить этого Слардара на пятерку, потому что, во-первых, спрятать против тролля, то, что мы говорили. Во-вторых, тут вот когда мы увидели уже линию, которая вырисовывается, это
10 seconds
Клок и
remaining.
Легион. Это все-таки два милишника. Слардар против милишника очень эффективен. И это вот
5
есть та
seconds
история,
remaining.
идея Секрет, которая работала. Работала, и плохого в этом нет.
Кроки позаимствовал.
Да, хорошая идея, отличная. Теперь как-то агрессив мод это обыграть, но им опять же очень нужен герой на
Дэмэдж.
на дэмэдж драке, то есть масс заклинания.
А у них пока что только физ урон, и то в самом начале игры.
При этом Лишлак уже в бане, ОД в бане. То есть есть подгалер, которым агрессив мод очень любит играть. Но тут я просто не уверен, что он
Dire
лайфстиллер, он по
team
идее
pick.
неэффективен.
Хускара все-таки подбанили, как и
Отталкиваясь от того, что
предполагал.
это Виха, может быть.
Не, для Нигмы сейчас просто как бы герой, который позволит продержаться.
Radiant team pick.
И вот это хороший задел на то, чтобы
Антибарбан, да?
по-разному просто поставить линии. То есть это, скорее всего, конечно, будет тини мид, но все так же имеет опцию поставить андерлорда мид. Это на самом деле в миде неплохой герой, он может большинство матчапов просто выигрывать, потому что ему очень много урона с руки, вбивает постоянно себе пассивку, там перединаивает, может
10 seconds
спокойно фармить
remaining.
лес, купить командные ауры и выполнить.
Так, а вот
You
этот
may
поворот.
now select your heroes.
Там, по-моему, одни милишники.
А вот этот парень здесь был не нужен. Я вот так вот могу сказать.
Ну, если честно, по темпу Рики неплохо смотрится, хорошо против Котла себя показывает, может его быстро вязать и играть как раз-таки вот с этими тремя героями, поэтому я бы не сказал, что он прям супер плох, но если смотреть на мидгейм, да, у них тимфайт такой несуразный, дэмэджа не так много, но Рики может как-то эту игру просто расшатать. я бы сказал.
Смотри, вы говорили по поводу Свардара, хорош против милишников. Здесь 3,5 милишника. Ну, учитывая, что
Рики, которого можно подсветить.
тролль может быть как рейнджевиком, так и милишником.
Мне кажется, кстати, вот этот пик Рики, он ужасный, объясню почему. Потому что два кора, которые чисто физовой урон
10
наносят.
seconds
Появляется третий.
remaining.
Магии не хватает. Это еще Рики Вандерлорда, то есть Вандерлорд здесь супер
5
эффективно
seconds
общается.
remaining.
Белого урона. Тролля.
Ну, он не режет урон с пассивки, не так сказал.
Все равно на линии.
Суть
на
в том,
линии
что
критично.
здесь, если покупается Кримсон какой-то, будет уже посложнее. Посмотрим. Я бы все равно, конечно, предпочтение Нигме отдал. У них драфт выглядит как-то гейм посильнее, и, в принципе, концепт понятен. Агрессив мод — это
Ну, это
как-
реально
как
драться
палка стрельнет, я не
скажем
знаю.
так.
1-1 на кулаках за гаражом. Вот примерно такие герои здесь. Что Клокверк хочет 1-1 подраться, что Легион, что Рики, что Тролль.
После
А
пика
5 на
бана
5 это не очень.
мы получили усиление больше для Нигмы, и коэффициент, скорее всего, должен еще просесть? Или все-таки есть какие-то
Давайте-
призрачные шансы? что-
Давайте посмотрим, но мне кажется, здесь агрессивно неудачно взяли коров.
Вот
Очень
видеть-
Даже боюсь спрашивать, что вы
Видеть бы
думаете.
просто, кто еще каких героев пикнул, и тогда было бы больше у меня
Хорошо, еще раз напомню коэффициенты от наших друзей по рематчу. 1.08 на победу Нигмы, 7 на товарищей из Aggressive Mod. Это все на серию Best of 3, ну а наши комментаторы готовы начинать. Первая серия Best of 3 на сегодня. Texas и Ванигира.
Да, мы готовы начинать. У нас снова такой, знаешь, любимый план команды Nigma. Pull the...
You got rocks in your head. My apologies. Oh, yes. Curses!
Played in the best of ones, but this is a much bigger deal. Loser here is eliminated.
It's elimination, and also, yeah, they did lose earlier, Resimo that is, but in the major qualifiers, they did manage to win versus Nigma, so perhaps this matchup can work for them again. They picked techies earlier, so I guess they wanted to be here in the end, you know?
And the major qualifiers is where it really counted, so if anything, it's like, look, we beat these guys before. You don't feel like Nigma's this team, like, you know, if you go versus Secret, you're like, can we beat them? You know you can beat them.
Nigma.
Yeah, it is.
It's like these guys together have like 10,000 MMR more than the side of aggressive mode.
Okay,
but
not great.
Not great. But most importantly, these two drafts, like we were discussing the same like panel. We were watching the drafts, and last pick Ricky. What? Like you're lacking damage. That's the most important aspect of this aggressive mode's lineup. The biggest flaw that I see. They didn't address it really well.
Well, we'll see how some of these heroes pan out, as there's going to be a toss back early aggression already. They've actually maybe got a first blood attempt here on Skylark. He gets the overwing odds for the movement speed bonus, and they can't body block him entirely. As Skylark will escape with a salve, maybe just want to head back to base. No, he's going to pop that salve.
Well, really difficult lanes over here. If you're looking at aggressive mode, they're laning Legion Commander. They picked it into Life Stealer. Now, a few months back, that would be a legit lane. But right now, it's not as strong. This has been reworked. That Life Stealer just hits way too often, way too hard for you staying there. But we'll see. We have this Kotl plus Mind Control as well. And this lane, usually what it does is it just pushes in. You have your Illuminate, you have your Rain of Fire, and you just constantly push in and pull, right? Ricky and Oracle, yeah, you have something, but not a whole lot.
Yeah. Well, at this stage, Underlord getting some help from Kuro's creep of light, but Skeeter doing what he can to just zone him away from these creeps. It's not like, yeah, this isn't this amazing dream Ricky game. It must be something about the hero that Skeeter just really likes to play.
They started the lane well, though. The fact that they forced that Illuminate and that Rain of Fire away from the lane, away from the creeps, that's pretty good, because it completely messes up the concept of Kotl and Underlord and how they're supposed to start the lane.
Well, back in the mid lane, Weeham, Boran, Niha.
Boranya?
Boranya. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I get to cast with you, so you can bail me out with the pronunciation.
I'm helping. That's why I'm here. Overall, he's playing versus the Tiny. Troll is just a strong laner. He shouldn't suffer way too hard versus the Tiny, but he has to be careful when it comes to those tossbacks, right? That's always the problem.
Yeah. So. Yeah, any support rotates and he wants to go charging in. It's going to make his life very difficult, but for now, the two supports playing in these side lanes, a 2-1-2 setup, something Carl talked about. Maybe we'll see that Clockwork coming down bottom because both Underlord and Keeper Light are easy kills for him, but now, for now at least, Lil playing in the top lane with that Cogs level 1, looking to do what he can.
It did used to be really great for Clockwork as well, back in the day when Kyle was playing. Right now, a little difference is you have this Blinding Light super early on, and then you just get the clock away from you. So he can't really do as much as he did before, but definitely still a very, very fearsome rotation kind of a hero that if he goes bottom, he can die.
Oh, there's a first blood. GH takes out Skylark. And Lil on the run as well, and the top lane. Well, GH and Miracle, Slider plus Lifestealer combo. It's, I mean, I guess a 4-position Slider with GH on it, but playing in that safe lane, securing Miracle's lane.
I like this a lot. Like Slardar and Underlord aren't nearly as scary as Kotl and Underlord, and Kotl doesn't really help Lifestealer a whole lot, so I love the way they set up their lanes. If you're a position 4, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that you have to go on this off. standard move, but this is a much better setup.
Yeah, big nuke damage, and with the tricks of the trade, another nuke from Spad. That's the level 3 Oracle, that second point.
Strongest pretty much nuker in the game on that level 3. And he put it to good use. Kotal is very speedy, but at the same time...
They're going for more. Spad has those nukes, so he may want to throw a couple of mind control throws. The first will have a second too. There should be another kill here. Spad, and that damage, the Purifying Flames and the level 2 Blink Strike. This bot lane's looking pretty potent.
Who needs the clockwork?
Yeah.
It's Nigma that are supposed to be calling for help from GH, it looks like. Because that lane is going terribly wrong for them. One of the reasons is the fact that aggressive mode read their playstyle very well, and they blocked that hard scam. So they denied them that opportunity to push in and pull the creep wave instantly after.
Looking to cancel a salve or something, I believe here. Did he get it? I'm not sure if it was actually salving there. You bring one on the courier? JJ, do we know?
I guess just the raid plan. Maybe he did. Maybe he had it. Yeah, JJ is trying to prove it to us. Yeah, you see the nods on the camera. That's it. JJ
well, he turned the fog off.
Happy birthday,
when
JJ,
the
by the way.
was maybe on, you know? It was good job by JJ, but we didn't see whether the salve was.
Oh, that's
so
true.
He outplayed himself.
Yeah, chill out, birthday boy.
Yeah, but yeah, happy birthday to JJ. Be sure to tweet at him, let him know. We can't. Today's the one day that we're not allowed to trash talk his observing. Lil rotates on the mid lane. We have to toss him away, so that battery assault being negated, but there is a root from Borania.
Very well.
Now I'm gonna like overthink it every single time, as they will catch up with the cog trap, and Troll Warlord gets the last hit.
All right.
Some good aggressive plays early on.
At the same time, Legion Commander did die on that top lane, but arguably Tiny is much better kill. Slowing down slowing down his item progression is definitely better.
Like forward, Kuro, I don't know if he can come to this lane. The second he does, they just pounced on him. They may not be able to kill Mind Control because he's full of health, but they sure as hell can kill a squishy Kotal.
You know what the thing is? Like, in this lane, Kotal shouldn't do as poorly as Kuro is doing. He's been targeted with Illuminate instead of Blinding Light. That completely messes up the concept.
Perhaps some revenge in the top lane's aggressive mode. Get a kill on GH. That nuke damage completely catching him by surprise, and Miracle very low as well. He's got the feast to play around, but Skylark doesn't want to let him heal up. He's trying to trade blows as well as possible, but not an easy lane for Legion.
These lanes are definitely working much better for aggressive mode than what we have guessed and what panel has guessed, at least. The Ricky plus Oracle lane is completely something rocky on that bottom lane. Top lane, even though Legion did die. Like,
it's the CS though. Legion only has 11 last hits, 32 of life, so they have not shut down Miracle at all. And that Legion, while getting some XP, is not getting much farm.
Kuro has to be careful.
Radiant's bottom tower.
T-turn is coming in, you can see a nuke. One more. Didn't look great this time around. As soon as he gets that blinding light on the bottom, it becomes a little bit weird. Yeah, he can dodge it, but it's difficult. Spartan, however, they can get him. They can get Spartan, Kuro, one more hit, perhaps two more. He's dead. Is he? Is he dead?
Spartan?
They got him!
There you go.
Alright. Mind control, continue pushing in that lane, perhaps with a couple of levels, it's not easier for them. You can see that Kotal instantly goes. Oh yeah, this is what they planned from the beginning. It came a little bit too late, and I don't think that lane is going to be too difficult for aggressive mode to deal with from now on, because they got their levels, they got the Great Band, the Orb of Venom on Ricky. Almost level 6 too.
Yeah, hits level 6, so now we can play around that invis. Back in the mid lane. He's being rotated on Lil with the pushback from the cogs. It's possible to get Borania away, but Lil still has the battery assault, and luckily for him, he has got GH there. He still goes down just enough damage. It's Spartan once again showing up to secure these kills. Oracle perhaps one of the best heroes to secure kills with.
Skylark.
Can he win this trade? Miracle's just exchanging blows. A Rocket Flare comes in. Miracle's going to be a little bit careful. He's still got the Infest to play around, though, and that's something that Skylark has to respect. Miracle just charging on in with that Orb of Venom slow, but gets juked in the trees. Also took a few too many tower shots. Now he's going to go charging in with the infested creep. Skylark, he knows he cannot fight that lifestealer who's going to be healing up.
The mid lane's part, and actually because of that range drop that he purchased, he does survive right now, but
There's a Fortune's end out for a Purge. Now he uses that magic immunity, but we have still there, and here's Miracle actually. Gets one kill, maybe for two. Borania did not expect the rotation from the lifestealer. And it's multiple kills as well as bottom lane. They lost Ricky. Was that a third kill? No, Ricky's fine. Okay, that was the courier. I saw Ricky, I was like, oh, there's 3 kills. No, it's just Ricky's courier. That kill feed. You know, couriers die all the time. We need to get them off the kill feed now. It's a big deal.
it's so funny how Miracle went for that kill on the Legion Commander, decided he can't kill him and rotates mid instead, secures 2 kills, gets the Oracle.
Well, GH will have the crush to follow up, and the Illuminate from Kuro from afar. Kill after kill going Nigma's way. It's only 6 of these, but they've got all the last 3 or 4 kills, and they've got a big gold lead. Looking at the farm discrepancy in the net worth, it is not looking good as Boromir instantly dies upon TPing back in from bad to worse.
They're bringing the numbers. In the pure aggressive mode, you have to answer the same way, but they're lacking that aggressive mode.
Yeah,
they're lacking that discipline to just move in and try and help this troll. He has TP'd mid like twice now, and go and die. He can't let that happen.
Well, from one lane to the next, they go from mid now down to bottom. They've got Spad. Weeha will get the last right click. He's trying to get some revenge kills. He's managed to find Kuro a few times, but this time he just doesn't have the help he needs as Weeha goes charging forward with the sentry. They don't want to go into the high ground. Smart decision as there was backup waiting for them.
I love this side camera on the troll camera running back mid.
The walk of shame.
Yeah.
Oh, just, please.
He's got very strong legs from all the running, you know, so that's gonna help him out later on. Skitter still farming all right on this bottom lane, moving towards that diffusal. It will help them quite a lot. Ricky gets very scared later on, but Will.
No, maybe not. Losing the clock. Yeah, looking like he's going to want to chase this one down. Has the phase boots for movement speed and the wind lace. Get him with the avalanches. 10-minute mark approaching, and it looks like both outposts can be claimed by Nigma. So further increasing their experience lead, and this game's looking really ugly. Like, the kill score does not tell the full tale, as, you know, Boromir dying back-to-back in the mid lane. He's got brown boots, triple wraith band. The lifestealer, Nikes, has gone completely uncontested. Armlet almost up, and we're just 10 minutes in the game.
And I love this build, Armlet into Desolator. We see a lot of Maelstrom type builds of lifestealers recently, but because he's playing with that Fardar, he understands that he can shout quite a chunk of damage early on if they go for those infest bombs.
As we've seen with his Tiny, and even the last time he played Lifestealer, he loves to be this building hitter as well. They'll just go high ground at 15, 20 minutes and start shredding buildings. And of course, Armlet Deso, great items to do so with. Maelstrom doesn't help you when you're pushing.
Exactly, especially when you're playing with the Fardar. You know you'll have that opportunity to take Roshan down early on. And after taking Rosh, if you have Maelstrom, you won't push, just like you just said. It's definitely a good item build. But this is 11-minute mark. I suppose the aggressive mode side will get their level 6.
Before that happens, Skylark needs to get going on, but not quite enough damage initially. They're still chasing. Another toss from Weeha should be coming up soon. He's not going to toss Miracle, and I think Miracle says, dude, they're TPing, don't do it, don't do it, and they'll let it go.
Oh, not good! Just as planned!
Yep, meant to do that. Lil's letting his play do the talking as he gets the kill in the most bizarre of fashion.
He's one of the first players that started doing things such as that one, you know, like long time ago when he just came into the scene, he kind of reinvented what some spells can do before. That's definitely not what he meant to do, but it still worked out.
Moves from Lil as he now comes back to the mid lane, looking to get some more kills for his team. He's been very active on this clockwork, picking up 4 of these kills of theirs so far, but unable to get too much more out of his move mid.
One thing that I see from aggressive mode is that both of their cores on the safe
Has been found. Boromir knew he was here. Now the top combo, not enough to bring him down, and they've got the duel here. Troll trying to juke the Illuminate. I think he knows he can't really stand his ground and fight under the Ignis as well, as they're going to look to now turn and go back in. Boromir Being kept alive by the Oracle. He's disarmed though. Now the Purge coming into play. There's the false promise. Skylark still alive and kicking for the time being. Ricky Elswick going down.
Lil's back.
Was bottom line. Yeah, Lil's back with the hook shot. He caught GH. That's going to be an easy kill for him as Weeha goes diving forward. It's Weeha and Nigma channeling their aggressive mode, going full divide, charging in, diving. Kuro. That's not your base, my friend, and he's got friends though. Weeha's back in. Two-man avalanche with the toss follow-up, but the damage isn't quite enough. Onto the back foot he goes as the Cog is going to surround him, trapping him on in. And the rest of Nigma say, you're on your own, but we're going to take objectives. This T1 mid is just so important. And the other toss combo almost kills on Skylark. Weeha is doing all sorts of damage. Kuro's illuminated. Oh, almost. So close indeed, and Kuro going to send them on a wild goose chase here.
Man,
Miracle like, didn't even try and help. He's like, I'm just taking this T1 mid. This is for the Underlord, by the way.
this is NASA amount of space that they're creating right here, because they've been running around the tier 3 dies again. Tolil, that rocket gets him. But these two, we and Kuro, they made so much space for Miracle, for Underlord.
There's the Captain Camp with a huge smile on his face. A rare sight when it comes to Kuro, who's normally so stoic.
Yeah, so serious. Focus.
I think Nigma having some fun. He's probably laughing at the fact his Underlord and Lifestealer were just hitting the mid tower, not even thinking about helping. And I kind of forgot there's an Underlord in this game because all the action has been happening mid and top.
It's a crazy game. Such a crazy game. You know, it happens to even tier 1 teams when you're playing versus them on a big low where you get dragged down and you just start playing
their
game.
style of Dota, yeah.
Try harder.
Not enough damage. The Illuminate coming in a bit late. May not have been enough anyways. As Miracle looking to eye off another tower. He's made moves bottom where he got a kill on the tower. He took the mid tier 1. Okay. Hook shot. No finds. He has Tiny. He's playing a bit solo perhaps on the Tiny. We've seen him diving all around, creating space. End of the day, this game is it's space. Yeah.
It's what he's been doing ever since he joined this team. Some people blame it, some people hate it, but it's space. In any case, this combination of heroes, Ricky plus Clockwork, I love it so much. Like, you have those cogs, then the smoke screen on top of that. You can't do anything. You're just, all right, I guess I'm gonna die.
Definitely see the idea behind the characters together, but unfortunately the start was not where it needed to be. There's a fairly sizable advantage going Nigma's way because none of these aggressive mode heroes are just getting good farm. All three cores are just having a kind of lackluster average game, while Lifestealer has complete free farm, has taken towers, has gotten kills.
It's also very interesting because they haven't. It's not like Nigma itemized to farm. It's not like Nike went for that Maelstrom. He's going for the armor build and he's just farming better. That's pretty much it. Ricky isn't really your best farming hero, but he hasn't found nearly as much as the Knight. Mostly because he's been joining these fights.
Yeah.
Like,
definitely one of those games like as if you're a carry player, like watch what Miracle does, like the patterns he's going from camp to camp, farming the lane and then taking as much jungle farm as possible.
Taking a creep, going behind their tier 1, killing 2 heroes. You can definitely recreate that in your 3K pub.
He's not just sitting in his lane, he's gone mid, he's ganking, he's invest bombing onto Spartan, perhaps getting a second kill on Skylark as well. He may have the purge if he uses Corrosive Haze. There's the bash. Going to be in front of the Haze. He purges it off as soon as he can, but it's still not enough. GH immediately keeping the outpost down bottom, wanting to help out Mind Control, who's just fine on his own.
Yeah, they messed up that combo, it seems. They did go with a hookshot on the bottom lane, it didn't work. Orania now.
Yep, being pulled back in by the Ignis Status. GH has a Blink Dagger already. That's going to ruin Boronia's day. He's not even looking to go. Oh, he will go for the ultimate. Cut Lifestealing a little bit back up, but they're just going to kite him around the thrust, the toss, and he's not really healing up. They just play around with him, playing with their food, and they'll eat it too.
He wants to show them who's the boss for a couple of seconds at least. You know, I'm not afraid of you, I'll fight. Still doesn't really do a whole lot. Sometimes you just want to die so you can go back to farming. But some space has been created by him as well for Skitter, because if about it, he is their midder and should be the one that play makes. However, Troll doesn't do that.
That's some optimism, I feel like, Lizard.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you are. I'm like, I guess it's space. I mean, Ricky, unfortunately, doesn't feel confident enough to go to these lanes. The amount of map space that aggressive mode can play on is shrinking and shrinking. The dire vision has been fantastic as well this game.
This 7k advantage that Nigma has got works so well when you have these heroes that utilize that advantage well. You have Slarzar with the Blink Dagger, like you've mentioned before. and suddenly he's active. On the other side, Ricky, who's their carry, still can't join these fights because he doesn't have that defusal done. Once he gets that defusal, perhaps he'll do something, but until then, he needs to chill and talk.
Almost got it, but Roche is already going to be claimed. The desolated timing and the corrosive haze. There's so much minus armor. Here they come. They want to contest this one. They know what's going on. Lil with the hookshot initiation, but Nigma, the discipline, they immediately back off. They know the way they lose this game is getting caught in the Roshan pit, so instead they're going to look to catch aggressive mode. No sentry scouting here. He's going to run immediately into the Ricky. They blow off the Oracle. This means there's no save. Next in the line is Lil. They take him out as well. Instantly 3 dead. The Ricky just got deleted by Weeha's tiny combo, and they may just team wipe him here. They're looking for more. Skylark and Burnier just completely on the run. TGH goes clicking forward, has the crush. Corrosive Haze can follow it up. Comes back, and once again, Burnier, well,
that's the same place.
Yep, same place, same way. Luckily, Skylark gets out, but it's still a 4 for nothing. Oh, 4 for 1, they killed Kuro.
Aggressive mode, they're being caught with their pants down time and time again. Like in that situation there, Ricky, you're a bit slow, my friend. They're running at you, but that smoke screen comes after the stun and the fast bomb has been committed. If you use that smoke instantly after the purge has been committed on Stardart, then they can't react the way they did. And at least perhaps you can play around that. But this way, you get stunned with the ring crush, then you get bitten by Underlord, and you can't do a whole lot with the Ricky. Roots are your pain. It's very difficult to play against them.
They were never maybe going to have a good answer for the life stealer in that fight, but they should have been able to just kill the Slatter before he used any spells.
Yeah, because it is a blink dagger Stardart. That's it.
Yeah.
Super far.
Well, we're going to lose Skitter now as things go.
Smart, my man.
Well, he's doing his best. He's charging in, trying to save some teammates here. Lil with the TP out. Yep, he gets himself out of there. But that's, you know, if you're aggressive mode, you're just celebrating the small victories, which right now is, oh, I TP'd out and lived. Oh, I killed a courier. They're not things that actually help you win the game.
I have a feeling we must want to play as aggressive as possible in this game versus aggressive mode, because this game looks crazy.
It's a revenge game from the major, you know. They're like, you guys knocked us out of those major qualifiers. We are going to get some revenge.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All right. Miracle. That Aquila in his neutral ice slot as well. This does a little good. Control dying again.
Nowhere that's safe. Map.
Nowhere. Nowhere is safe. They have some very, very defensive wards and on the side of Radiant, that is. While Nigma, they have wards that really spot out these heroes when they move out of their base. So if you're aggressive mode right now, the only play that you've got is you smoke up and you try to find a pick-off. But you can't do that because they're too strong. They're 12k ahead.
Ricky was scouted by the outpost. GH immediately jumped in. He's got the haze on him. Imagine he might be calling for some backup. The first TP in. They don't want to let Skeeter get away. Yeah, just hunting. Like you say, just keep using that haze. Got that clumsy net as well. He reapplies the haze. I believe Skeeter is just going to get chased down. He's got no TP, so he's just smoking and standing there. Oh! He blinks away. Lil shows up as well with a hook shot. Is this the play? Skeeter's just blinking aggressively. They take out GH. Ignis Fat is coming a little bit too late to save him, and nice turnaround. But it's not over. Weeha's still there. And oh, by the way, Lifestealer's on the high ground. There's the off-screen action. Lifestealer just taking a tier 3 tower while this goes down. I mean, this is the best you know for your aggressive mode. Try and get some kills here and just tell somebody to do their best defending. Kuro in trouble. Skeeter gets another kill. He's actually being bailed out by his teammates as GH comes back in with a buyback. Get one kill. There's the TP out. So not the worst. But
not great, not terrible.
They're holding. They're using some buybacks here. Mind Control trying to get the Lifestealer out. He's been trapped in Cocktail. I don't see an out for him. And now Miracle's going to pop out, look to turn and fight. But there's 5 heroes surrounding him.
I take that back. It's great. It's actually the best.
Are they going to kill again? He comes GH. He's sprinting on forward. Miracle goes charging with the raid. Wants to kill off the side, but he gets dueled. That's going to be followed up by a crush in the haze. He's going to lose the duel, giving Miracle some damage here. They just don't have the ability to kill the Lifestealer with his raid. But with the raid throwing off, they want to go for him, but he gets pushed out there. He goes chasing in, but Miracle going to turn. Lifestealer shreds him with the minus armor. And Boronita also in trouble. He's being kited and stunned up. Gets taken out by the Tiny, and is... It feels like that was like a good play, but it's still...
Too much.
Yeah,
just way
too far behind.
I think that fight was still the best fight aggressive mode could have asked for.
Yeah.
They split them up. they made one fight on the bottom lane. At the same time, they were killing off Underlord and a Life Stealer in the mid lane, but it isn't enough at this point. They're way too far behind. 15k behind, 22 minutes in.
Yep, and I think Nigma know it. Once again, this hero all smiles. Not those pearly white says they're going to get a few more kills. And put the nail in the coffin. GG's call.
Called right there.
A handedly decisive game. Kuro's squad destroyed them. This wasn't close, Lizard.
This wasn't close at all. Considering how the laning stage just went, this just represents a full outplay and a full outdraft by Nigma. Because look, their laning stage went all right. Ricky, he got a couple of kills on Kuro. Kuro and Underlord didn't truly pressure them early on. The only problem was Spartan was getting...
Nightmare! Screaming I'm much too loud. Take a look in the distance, try and see it all. Chances are that you might find that we share a common discomfort now. I feel I'm walking a fine line. Tell me only if it's real. Grim a little less certain now. You know I jumped at the first sign. Tell me only if it's real. Memories seem to fade. Wash my view away. Hey, I can't live in here for another day. Darkness is kept like concealed. Grim as ever. Hold on to faith as I dig another grave. Meanwhile, the mice under the wheel. Real as ever. And I'm chained like a slave. Trapped in the dark. Slammed all the locks. Death calls my name and it seems I've been buried alive. Take it down now, burn it all out, throw you all around, get your hands off me. What's it feel like? Took the wrong route, watch it fall apart, now you're knocking at the wrong gate. For you to pay the toll, a price for you alone, the only deal you'll find, I'll gladly take your soul. While it seems sick, sober up quick, psycho lunatic, crushing you with hands off faith. Shame to find out when it's too late, but you're all the same, trapped inside and fire away. Evil thoughts can hide, I'll help release the mind, I'll peel away the skin, release the dark within. This is now your life. Strike you from the light. This is now
Radiant team back. Dire team back. Radiant team back. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
If aggressive mode does not step up their
Radiant
gameplay
team
in this
back.
next game, they're out. It is that simple. Welcome back. Tug of War Mad Moon continues. We're in the lower bracket. Nigma looked phenomenal in the first game of this best of 3
Dire
series.
team
We're going to
back.
find out if they will be pushed to a third game or if it's just going to be a quick 2-0. They do seem very dominant at the moment, but what can aggressive mode do? Here to discuss that is the cost, is Kyle. Guys, surely there's something they can do. Aggressive mode. We've seen them do well before. Kyle?
Not doing
Oh, come on, guys.
Me and Kyle had a chat after the game and
10
explained to
seconds
the
remaining.
viewers about the draft.
What? I didn't say. All I said was that
5
maybe.
seconds remaining.
No,
Yes.
I
Just do it.
What?
for it.
I
Man
thought that
up.
maybe we should change the style. Maybe use the nose to like press the buttons, move the mouse. I think that could be more effective than actually clicking the buttons. I thought also the strategy that Aiden used in that elimination game back when they were still part of Alliance, banning the hero that they meant to pick.
Yeah.
Or
didn't
sorry,
work out
picking
for
the
them.
hero they meant to ban. That could have worked out well for them as well,
Yeah.
but just not the recap.
It's tough.
Well, they did learn. They are banning out the life stealer in the first phase. We have got a draft on our screens. Nigma still respects Spartan's Oracle. They removed that one from the pool, and that means that it is Darkseer that makes it through. And let's see what else makes it through.
Radiant
Snapfire
team
still
pick.
in the
With no
as well as
Nyx.
Enchantress. Enchantress and Chen still in. Nyx Assassin is banned. So Enchantress first pick, and actually Nigma for the first time is going to be Radiant.
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say, go for the Slardar. Why not, right?
No reason to complicate things.
Yeah.
This hero seems pretty easy to play, especially if you're playing against two melee cores, 3 actually. Its role is in melee mode.
If you think about it, it's what other forms of damage amplification applied to enemies exist that penetrate BKB.
10
I actually can't
seconds
think of
remaining.
Can't think of one.
Obviously, you can.
We're dumb, but probably there is some.
But
5
the thing about it
seconds
is,
remaining.
because this is like not an item mechanic, right?
Yeah.
All of these other items, like the Deso, the Miracle
Dire
Divine,
team
Yeah.
pick.
become even more valuable. So all of your Vlads are, right, more valuable because it's now percentage based, and the enemy team can't replicate the sheer amount of minus
Radiant
armor you're
team
outputting.
pick.
It's not slot efficient to
Enchantress.
just stack plate mails. And yeah, there's the Ench as expected with a Bat Rider, really, really good against the Slardar, both in lane A. Because obviously you can expect a BKB core to be paired up with this Slardar.
Whenever I see Bat Rider, they banned out Lifestealer, one of the better heroes in the laning stage. There's still
Yeah.
Phantom Lancer, one of my favorite to pronounce, and heroes to play, Weaver.
10
I
seconds
can say it one more
remaining.
time, Weaver.
Sorry?
Weaver.
5
Bieber?
What is that?
seconds remaining.
You saw the new Yummy Yummy
Radiant
song from
team
Justin
back.
Bieber?
Yeah, yummy, yum, and that. I listened to his album.
It's a terrible song.
It's
He's
the worst
trying
one.
so hard to be relevant. It's unbelievable. He's put that song. I hear it everywhere. I can't get away from it.
Well, then apparently it's successful. If you hear it everywhere, some people
It's-
will like it.
It's just
Dire team
It's like
back.
you go on vacation for 3 years, you come back with this shit.
Hey, you would do it too if you make you millions.
Hell yeah, I would.
I was saying whatever.
It's like, I don't write songs anymore. I'm rich. No, just put it in front of me. Love the Omni. Makes sense. You're probably going to go for the Abaddon or Omni Knight or LC. I think Omni makes the most sense here, just for a lasso cleanse. Gives you that 1-to-1 counter. You don't have to worry about him anymore. And just a solid hero. I know it's something that, again, is multi-role. Play that as a support. You could play that mid. Anyhow, wants to rock out.
10
something
seconds
special.
remaining.
We're talking about Omnimid.
Yeah,
5
that's what I
seconds
said.
Doable in
remaining.
some situations, or let's say playing against Broodmother and you don't have the better answer for it.
I don't think aggressive mode has a brood player.
Yeah,
Although
they're
I'm not. Yeah.
They're not. No, I talked to Barania. He does not play these cheese heroes, and he does not want to learn to play these cheese heroes. That's not the mentality.
I was gonna say.
I'll take players I don't want on my team for 200 Alex. You know, there used to be honor in Dota, going back 3 to 4 years, right? Omni Knight, and it's funny because when you talk to players about it, like they're memeing about it, but you know, they'll say like a guy is honorable. Like that's an honorable player because he's not going to cheese you. You're playing pubs against him, you're not going to get Huskard. Like he's going to play you straight up, right? The kind of guy that's like, oh, you wanna Lena? Well, I'll SF. Let's go. And 3-4 years ago, you remember Omni Knight is like 60% plus win. Suddenly it started getting picked a couple times. It was niche. Then it was first dude. And now it's just the dam is busted. And if you're not playing Huskar and Brood and Omni and Meepo, well, you're not going to win tournaments.
I think
you might as well just retire.
Also, all the changes in the meta, though, changed it from, I mean, it's somewhere still a cheese, but it's a lot less cheesy because people now expect it. Like,
yeah, lactate's a thing now, so you can deal with that excess lactose a lot easier. So it's just easier to handle the cheese, both if you're consuming yourself or giving it to a friend.
5
all right,
seconds
not entirely where I
remaining.
was going to go with that, but I'll take it.
Go?
No, that there's like, what are cheese lineups like Brood, Meepo? Those are legit picks now. You can't call them cheese anymore because that is just something that
yogurt.
Radiant team pick.
Lactose intolerant. I don't know what.
I appreciate the effort, Lacoste.
I mean, you still pick those heroes as 10th pick most of the time.
Yes, that's true. But so, like, that's what you do with mid laners generally most of the time.
Oh, new hero.
Ooh, it's a mid laner that gets last
It's
pick.
about time, man.
Yeah.
Kuro, like, for a long time now, has been very formulaic in the way he approaches drafts. You know, you look at TI, and I'm not, you know, you can't really criticize it because it worked. And they finished second on the back of effectively just first twoing the same heroes were they available. This is, I just love to see. This team's so versatile. They've been playing together for so long. Their hero pools are some of the more diverse in Dota. You just wouldn't know it sometimes watching them play in tournaments.
No.
I like the innovation. I also really like Rasta against the Enchant.
I love Rasta in general. Hero feels underpicked in my book. And it suits their playstyle. Like they're gonna group up as 5, try to take the towers, maybe even go for one more tower after that, and drop those wards. It's a guaranteed tower. Also, Roche taking. You can take Roche with the Shadow Shaman and Slardar.
Radiant team pick.
Faceless Void.
Slardar into Rasta. Like, Lacoste literally just had his jaw drop, like mouth agape. And now he's studying his notes. It's a question mark again. Oh, God.
I'm gonna throw this away.
Into the Omni. The problem is you're now also, you know, you talk about...
It's like you're counter-picking your own heroes.
You played yourself because you're up against two crazy hard lockdown heroes. Plus, if let's say, God forbid, Omni Knight ever got an Aghanims, you couldn't even drop a Chrono on somebody and expect to kill him off. There's the Darkseer now. I expect that to be an MC hero. Been a while since I've seen him play this. Really good combination.
Wait.
It means it's either a Kuro, I think it's a mid Omni Knight, or a Miracle Omni Knight.
Yeah, it could also be a carry Slardar or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's position
Radiant
Slardar, but It's definitely a core Slardar
could
because
also be a
he's having a
Dart.
lane
This is
either
the key.
against the Void or someone
Omni
else.
Knight is going mid.
Safe lane.
Kyle
Omni
was
Knight
right.
safe lane.
Lacoste was wrong.
No, listen, Kyle. Omni Knight safe lane against the Batrider,
True.
Darkseer, and Slardar off lane.
See that? I can see that. But the thing is, it's still open, right? And I guess
10
you're going to
seconds
close it now. You
remaining.
do have last pick open on the side of aggressive mode, but I feel like we're once again in this
5
scenario where
seconds
you need
remaining.
something that just answers a lot of questions, not just Lacoste's, but you know, how are we going
Radiant
to
team pick.
fight around Roche? Who's actually going to be able to be dealing damage in this
Dire team.
Chronosphere? And you need some beef, right? And what? Oh, is that a we? Okay, damn it. It's a Sky mid, I think. This was, if you recall, TI6. Weehaw and DC versus Wings. They took game one on the backs of a Weehaw Beyond Godlike Skywrath mid. And this is what I'm talking about, right? You know, more new stuff, more experimentation from the side of Nigma, and another great hero offensively against
10
this Faceless
seconds
Void
remaining.
and the Enchantress. You're just going to blow them up in some stun.
For a guy with a lower IQ, you have a
Choose
pretty
your
good
hero.
memory of the heroes, Kyle.
Well,
Like what was picked 2-3 years ago.
that is effectively the
Absolutely right.
only thing up in there, right? It's like a library. You cleared everything out except the encyclopedias. It'll be completely useless in a couple of years. But for now, we can provide some quality analysis. And I would say thus far, I am very Enigma favorite in this draft. I like the Kunkka, but it just doesn't do it for me, Sheaves. You don't have damage in the Chrono. I think you're going to get outlaned. I think you're going to get outpushed. I think you're going to get outplayed. You don't have Roche.
This Faceless Void is not going to have a game. You're playing against the Omni Knight, the Shadow Shaman with the Hexhold, the Disable, and
Update.
Skyride.
Shadow Shaman, played
Hey.
by Miracle.
What?
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
What's Weehaw? Is Weehaw the Skywrath?
5 seconds.
I don't know.
remaining.
Don't ask me difficult questions. JJ normally sends a picture, but his Wi-Fi is a little bit iffy, so he only sent the text.
Well, I'm thoroughly confused.
Please hold. I have received the picture. It is Miracle Shadow Shaman, GH on the Darkseer, Weehaw Skywrath, Kuroki on the Slardar, and that means Omni Knight is for Mind Control.
We were both completely wrong about everything.
Is Skywrath mid?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that
Oh, well, there's something.
there's something, you know.
Shadow Shaman core, you like it?
I have no clue.
I've never
before.
seen it.
Hey, I will say, you want to talk about a throwback? Heroes of New Earth 2010 Dream Hack Winter.
All right.
When No Tail crushed his way to a championship on the back of mid Shadow Shaman.
I don't
Haven't
want
seen
to
it in the
talk
carry role.
about a throwback.
I stopped listening.
I'm just gonna throw it over to Godzilla Lizard.
Thank you, Shiver. Thank you, Lacoste, for that great panel work. And I'm here at the casting desk with Lizard. How you doing, man?
Doing great. I'm happy I don't have to talk to the next spawn player, so
Yeah.
we can actually focus on the Dota.
It's a fun game of Dota. We got ahead of ourselves. What do you make when you see the player hero combos? The mid Skywrath, the carry shaman. Is it going to be a carry?
I have that circus sound, you know,
Yeah.
circus music in my head. That's usually how it goes in here, but in this particular game even more so. What, like Shadow Shaman Miracle? You're going to be playing a support or carry? That's my question now.
Yes.
Because they can switch it up like that too. They obviously feel that aggressive mode isn't truly on their level, so they're testing some things out. Perhaps they can put Miracle on that support role a little bit. Perhaps he offended Kuro and he's like, your lesson, you're supporting me by
Yeah.
those wards, sir.
The old Liquid, there was this one memorable game where he played Lion, and it was something like, wait, why is Miracle playing support Lion? And this almost reminds me of that a bit. But we'll see, like you say, is he going to be a support? The core will be hopping into the game soon. We'll see where the farm's going to go. And then we can maybe theory craft, like, how does a core shaman play out? Miracle,
weighs heavily.
oh, stick first. He's playing as a core, it looks like, based on... Oh, is he? No, he's with mind control for now. He's also normally a core. I don't... We still don't
Maybe
know.
they're both punished. Mind control, if we click on him, let's see mind control's item starting.
He's got Quelling.
He has Quelling Blade.
This is a pup. They're fighting for yes. They're like, who's going to do more damage? We'll see who gets the last hit.
Alright, so theory craft. Quelling Blade for Omni Knight, he's melee, it will help him out, but Shadow Shaman 75 plus 4.
Yes.
He equipped those 2 fairy fires. And he's always that safe laner that's focusing on the CSMC. Sir, might be difficult for you.
Yeah, this almost feels like a game where they don't have a carry or a core. It's like they have 5 just heroes that are going to run at aggressive mode And that's what the kind of Dota we saw last game. They're just running at them, so maybe we'll get some more of that.
I think it was Dandy. I heard him challenge Nigma to give them their strats,
wait,
and
look
he'll
at this.
give them his.
This is not a mid-sky.
Yeah, this is a mid Slardar.
Kuro.
Kuro mid.
Playing mid.
There you go. Everyone is demoted.
Ooh. Kuro says, I am the captain now.
I'm the captain now.
He's always the captain, but he is now leading this ship.
They need a pause, then I can't blame them.
Yeah.
Spartan is like, wait, what's happening?
I love it. This is the disrespect, you know. They're basically saying we can clown on you guys aggressive mode. We are not just looking to beat you and get revenge for the qualifiers. We are looking to humiliate you.
All right, you're going a bit too savage there. Like, I feel bad for the boys.
That's what, that to me is what this says. Why else do you put Kuro mid on a Slardar of all heroes?
Yeah, their lanes are actually looking all right. The lanes shouldn't be too difficult for Nigma, as they do have Omni Knight versus Bat lane. Skylark is playing that off lane Bat. And with Heavenly Grace for mind control, they shouldn't have any problem dealing with the charges of Napalm.
Yep. Seems so far so good. Miracle doing his best support impression. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, Kuro with all those rings of protection, trying to beef himself up a little bit to help him in lane against the Kunkka.
So far, 8-0 on Kunkka though, and Kuro, he's around 6 PS. He's not really being dominated. Also, Slardar is pretty decent versus Kunkka. You have those charges to work with, and there aren't many melee heroes that can deal with Slardar if he's played well, but let's see how Kuro does, because I don't think he's played a lot of Slardar recently.
No, you go way back, he used to be a carry mid player, but that is going way back. And maybe there was a tournament or two where Miracle actually stood out and Kuro played, I remember, as a DreamHack where he played core. Back at bottom though, there's a Shackles under the tower. They managed to get the tower off of him, and with the stick charges, mind control stays alive. Couple more right clicks. Miracle may get this kill. He's got an Ethershock. One more right click in the Ethershock. He should have this one. Is going to nuke him down.
And the career.
Wow. 2 for 1. Skylark and Lil's career.
Man, mind control is such a player. He baits them there with multiple layers of bait. He baits them with Heavenly Grace, then he baits them with Purification, then he baits them with the sticks, and another Heavenly Grace. He bought so much time. And Miracle, he's hitting you for 80 plus 4. You can't just take those hits.
Yeah, we saw it there. He almost catches Lil by surprise with his damage and gets another kill. But back top, Weeha on the Skywrath, support Skywrath, I guess? Do we know? I don't know. No, it looks like he's last hit. Dark's only with 1 CS and Weeha with the 7, so it seems like he's playing.
Yeah, Weed is the one farming. You can see that he's going for the 3 null talismans build, which is pretty standard on a 4 Skywrath mage.
Back at mid, Bornea is having a good time out CSing Kuro. Kuro even has double damage rune at 2 minutes, so despite that, still a tough lane for him. Seems like GH and Weeha are going to fall back, play in the jungle. They can't really lane against this Void Enchantress anymore, it seems.
Darkseer support really doesn't offer early on, especially if you're playing with Skywrath mage.
Yeah.
Darkseer wants to go in, Skywrath wants to always be out, and you don't have those 2 Iron Shells to work with.
But the mid game, when you've got a Slaughter running in with Iron Shell and Surge.
Yeah, their lineup definitely looks scary in the mid game. They don't really have a late game, so they better be scary in the mid game.
Well, it looks like Lil and Spartan have smoked up. Maybe under a ward there. Yeah, they're still pushing up this lane. He is completely surrounded. No TP. It's on cooldown.
Skywrath, do it.
No way out for sure here. He's going to do as much damage as he can, but he's also hit by the time dilation will go down. Lil taking that last hit.
Yeah, you could see that Lil was actually trying to leave the last hit for a little bit to Void, but then realized that there's no way Skitter gets there, so he takes it.
I don't imagine he minds though, because GH is farming the jungle. 3 heroes ganking a solo here in the off lane.
Definitely. I can agree with you in some extent, because it is a Skywrath. If you're not strong in the mid game, you're never strong. And GH might just fall here.
Yeah, one more impetus should secure the deal, but he's staying close. He's also using the trees to juke Spartan. He needs more vision, but GH, nicely played.
The jukes.
He's still going after him though. He's got that Enchantress movement speed.
I don't think he tries this. Okay, he's not. I mean,
Spartan.
you're
It's
not.
Spartan, man. If this was any other player,
Like you can see that there is no way.
but you can see the cogs turning in his head. Like, I'm willing to dive this tier 3 tower. I'm willing to do it. But
It's the Greek mat over there, you know, a bit stronger than the NA mat.
well, he's gonna look to take over this jungle farm. Steals the satyrs, using that shockwave. This was the Darkseer stack that becoming Spartans, though. You can't really lane top, and well, your jungle's being stolen as well. Spartan, the second he sees the Darkseer returning, though, is going to once again look to gank and go for these kills. Peter walks in, looking for a bash. There's going to be an instant lift against the Surge, and then the slow from the Enchantress to purge it off, and an easy kill for the Void.
Enchantress overall is really strong versus Darkseer in general because of that purge that we just talked about. Works versus the Iron Shell, works versus the speed as well. Surge, and also if he uses the Iron Shell on a creep, you can dominate it and move it away from the lanes. Yep. Many reasons why Spartan on this Enchantress is a very valuable player for them early on in the laning stage.
Take another look at this bottom lane. It's been a very quiet one recently. Mind Control getting a lot of farm on his Omni Knight.
It's gonna have to do a lot.
Looks like they're gonna find the kill on Kuro. That's the Kunkka ultimate.
Looks like they want to go to game 3 with this draft, so far at least, because they have pretty much 4 supports and an Omni Knight that's farming well.
Yes.
Slardar, alright, Kuro does have 28 CS, but he did die.
They know he's trapped here. They saw the Firefly end and they knew he was still in the trees. Miracle wants the kill, but with the TP in from the Void, Miracle couldn't be able to get it. No, he hasn't got enough damages. Skeeter will get the revenge kill. Now Spartan shows up with some nice body blocks. Look like Skeeter may just clean up here. His Void TP rotation is going to get a couple of kills.
Sadly, Spartan is the one that gets the last hit on that Skyrat. Skylark survives, they get a couple of good kills. Void also rotates towards this lane, which means he will be able to pressure the Omni hit a little bit better, as their levels are way far ahead. You have these 3 heroes that were just rotating on the side of Nigma, while aggressive mode, they're doing everything right so far.
See if Nigma can turn things around in the bottom lane. They're trying to make some things happen here. Skeeter has a chrono if he wants to pop his wand charges. Doesn't look like that's the case. Could catch both of them, but
could have done it. He could have done it there, like instantly.
Miracle's pretty tanky with the Heavenly Grace, though.
I think instantly one jumped him.
Yeah. Gonna get taken the Spartan kill down bottom. They're looking for more. They're looking for a second. Skeeter's gonna time walk away. If Kuro can get this kill, that'd be huge. And the Chronosphere, yeah, he needs to use it maybe defensively. No, he's gonna go on the offensive, and with the Boaster Bolt, this is a perfect combo! Catches out all 3. Kuro and Mind Control probably gonna have to run away. They're gonna X back Mind Control here. No torrent just yet. He's still getting zoned away by Kuro. Still to hold his ground, but with GH showing up, giving an Iron Shell as well, the damage from Nigma has to be respected, but aggressive mode still doing just that.
But I love Nigma and how they adapt to every single situation. They spread resources very well across the map. You can see that Kuro, the moment he rotates bottom, we take some farm on the mid. But he has to be careful here. Rocky though.
Just kill. The damage maybe not there with Skyrat being so under level, but Sparta gets the crush, has 4 points in the passive, the bash.
Lil is coming.
Yeah. Lil can maybe get a lift here. He should be able to bail up or a Kuro really wants that one, but not going to be able to get it.
They're really trying to be as aggressive as possible. Spartan, because of that, he will be blocked by Mind Control over here.
He hasn't got that untouchable just yet, so maybe in some trouble with Kuro's damage, and they've got nothing to protect Spartan, and he gets taken out there. Next in line could be the face of Void. He's silenced up, but flying on in over the Batrider, pulling one up onto the cliff. He's going to leave him up there. Mind Control's got no escape. He's just going to burn. And 2 down on the side of Nigma.
Burned he did, and Void now, he rotates top, starts farming against the Shadow Shaman. Remember what we talked about earlier. They're so good at spreading the map and sharing experience within their support. They're not always rotating as 5. They're not always bringing all the forces. They're making sure that everyone gets that level 6. And it's so insane that Nigma is getting those levels, even though they had pretty bad laning stage. They're 4-11, 3k behind, but their levels are there. Shadow Shaman, without the tome, minute 9 has his wards.
Unfortunately, Skyrath has not had as much luck. He's just level 4, so maybe he's going to be the one begging for that tome.
He's just creating space.
Yeah, it's his turn now to get the lane. I mean, you mentioned the farm, the extra distribution has been really good, but Miracle going for the kill. Didn't drop the surfboard though. I think without that, they weren't going to be able to get that kill, and we didn't get found in the trees.
It's funny that they actually commit everything onto the Weeha, even though it's Shadow Shaman Miracle. That's actually much better kill at the moment. It's level 6, has more gold, more experience.
He's transitioning into a core, it feels like. Whether by team intent or discussion, or just because he's Miracle. That's what he knows, you know? He's like, oh, here's an empty lane? That's mine. I'm going to go farm it.
One thing that I really don't think they intended is having 3 heroes below Lil's net worth.
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman, Skywrath Mage, and Darksphere. That's not great at the moment.
I'm like, which one of those is the core that's meant to get farmed? I'm still not sure.
They aren't sure as well.
Yeah, I'm like, which one of those is meant to have more farm? I'm like, good. We'll figure it out as the game goes on, perhaps.
They're trying to reinvent the way the game is played.
Yeah.
You know, they've reached... They won TI arguably a few years ago, you know, they've been second. Right now what they're trying to do is find new ways to play the game.
Yep.
Is it, like, multiple times I've had this discussion with pro players, is it possible, you know, to just share net worth among everyone?
No cores, no support.
Cores, no support. Well, they're giving it a go.
You know, we'll see if it pans out or not. So far, it has not looked all too good. But Nigma, Weeha going for a 5 null talisman build.
I mean, he's gonna deal damage at least.
Yeah.
He has literally no control, but because of that, there's Shadow Shaman and Slardar to help out.
Yes, he'll never, it's gonna be so late before he gets that ATOL or some kind of activate.
Rotating here.
Oh, they've got a big Cronus here. Catches out 3. Miracle can't catch him with the shackles. He positions away from the shackle range. With the boat fall up onto 3. Great Cronus here. Peter sets his team up to get a couple of kills. It looks like Kuro is going to get taken out as well by Skylar Batrider, and that's going to be it for now. Skylar
still there.
Wants GH. Won't get close enough for that lasso. With the stolen, bolt down bottom, needs to be careful. Miracle's coming on in with the chase. They've got the slow, but they'll lift him back.
Batrider, TP's here. Remember, he still does have that last to work with, and because of that, and travels, he's able to just rotate across the map so easily.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's very close to the trees.
Got backup as well. Teammates rotating in to help him here, but we are already down half health. Just ends in just an illusion. We are making sure of it with the silence.
Kuro is there. He forgot that he's there mid, so he's kind of wasting his time protecting Miracle again. I think they're all set.
His support instincts, you know. It's like Miracle is carrying it. He's like, oh, I'm going to farm the lane. I'm a carry player, right? And Kuro's like, oh, I got to sit behind my carry.
Exactly, and that's what he was doing. Even though it's a Shadow Shaman, some things never leave you. It takes a while.
Are scanning.
Well, move down. Miracle really wants to get Lil.
Deal on Rubik, he's told get a shock, alright. It's good on Rubik, definitely. A lot of damage, but I'd rather get that able.
The double nuke on creep wave can be nice.
A lot of bar.
That's exactly what Lil's gonna do. Takes out the creep wave, but Nigma press the issue. They've gone all 5 manning. We talked about how strong their mid game is. I think they understand they have no late game. They're 5 manning down bottom with the Serpent. Lil gets it on off, and with the lift, there's just no other real follow-up. They haven't got any of those initiation items to really force a fight, but they'll get a tier 1 tower. But look at the mini-map, look where the die heroes are. Kunkka farming mid, Void farming top, and Nigma are 5 manning.
This is how they have to do it, right? Like, you can't be drawn into this Nigma's rocky circle. You can't be drawn into it. You have to be splitting the map and playing the normal game of Dota 2, because that's how you win if you're aggressive mode. You do not win if you just brawl constantly, because this is the peak for these heroes of Nigma. They're the strongest, right?
I mean, Wee is almost 6 slotted. He's going to have to replace that branch.
He is 6 slotted.
He is, yeah, I guess so. Imagine him might upgrade that branch, but after that, what do you get?
Radiant's
got everything.
Yeah, don't need to replace anything. That's how peak performance looks like.
Yeah.
You might not like it, but that's how it looks like.
Keep in mind that last series these teams met was the best of 1, where there was some interesting aggressive mode drafts as well. We saw the techies coming out from Lil that game, so...
No sorceries avail.
The avoid charging on in. There's a Chronosphere. He just doesn't think he needs it, and I'm not sure he does to get the first kill. It looks like they're going to take out Miracle with the lasso. Unable to get Kuro. Could have thrown a Chrono there and gotten at least one more kill, but aggressive mode want to save their ultimate.
I didn't really have a lot of damage in the Chrono as well. Omni Knight is there. The only reason they committed the lasso is because Omni Knight used Heavenly Grace already.
P8 wanted the bounty rune. Oh, he'll get it. Then he'll pay the price. Goes down. Kuro up top with the Skywrath ultimate, doing some good damage on the enchantments. They'll get the kill through. Another corrosive haze, but
the communication between this team, even in a Clowny game like this one, is so good. Because the moment Boat and Torrent have been committed on another side of the map, they instantly pounce there. They take one kill. They know even if Chrono is used, they won't have that Boat Torrent follow-up, so there will not be enough damage to take anyone down.
Definitely not over just yet. Yes, Nigma don't have the best ability to scale, but still that mid-game stage where it feels like they can continue to try and force some brawls. Push with those Serpent Wards as much as possible.
JJ, what's mind control building? That's my biggest thing. He has to be doing something really exceptional in this kind of a game, in this situation.
Do you want to see him go for the late game? Well, he may not get a chance to if he gets picked off here. It does have the Heavenly Grace.
Yeah, something, perhaps even a Radiant, maybe some Thor Maelstrom builds, you know, I don't really know. SMY is decent to just run at them, hit them. It's not great. I'm not saying it's the optimal Omni Knight build, but they do need some late game here between him and Flardar.
Back at mid, Serpent Wards were dropped and also cleared out by Cedar and his Illusion Rune. So not much damage done actually on top, but they've got the tables. They go on the base with Void here. Skyros dropping the ultimate, but Void being kept alive. Spartan nicely carrying the damage and also up top. Cedar gets away, can thank Spartan for that one, and in return, aggressive mode of taking down Skyros and looking for more GA. Shouldn't have a way out of this one. They get the second kill and perhaps more. Boromir gets him with the X. They've got a Centaur here as well. They can pull him back with the Centaur. Hooks on the fold up. Perfect counterplay coming in for aggressive mode.
Considering what the lineup they've got, it took them way too much time to try and kill that Void. Because of that, Borania is in place to use the Torrent boat combo in the backlines. He hits the Skywrath, him, then they go for the Darkseer and the Omni Knight. It looks like an easy game for Aggressive at the moment.
I mean, we're saying how Nigma, their job is to brawl and fight in this mid-game. That's exactly what they did, but yeah, they got the 5v5 fight they were looking for, perhaps, and Chronosphere wasn't even used. They committed so much to not kill Void.
Sadly, 7k behind, without the wards from Metal Shadow as well. Is difficult.
Skylark, we're just seeing the lack of damage on this Nigma side. Even with that haze, they don't have any physical damage to partner with the Slatter, it feels like. Speeder shows up, he says, this time I will, Chrono. Catches out two, gets the easy couple of kills as...
Borania is so tanky if you...
Look for a cleave. Got that Crystallis, double bracer. For 2k health, he's going to drop the boat as well, make himself even tankier as well. Mind Control could be in some trouble. Has got Purification, he's still healing himself back up. Borania needs some backup, has Spartan showing up. Can they look to turn this one? It looks like Nigma still want to go charging forward, but Weeha is completely out of mana. And that means Mind Control's kind of left on his own. Borania is still alive. GH needs another surge forward. Have they got the damage? Borania juking. He's not going to hit that cleave, but he gets away with the lift. Oh!
He lives!
Sorry.
Fancy footwork.
And first, that joke was really good. He wanted to kill them with the cleave. Kuro sprints in, but gets enchanted, slowed down.
No way out once you've been caught by the Kunkka X. It's gonna be from bad to worse. It's bottom lane. Peter gets a nice little pick off there on the Shadow Shaman, and top lane could actually make it away. Nope, he's been lifted. Lil there with the cat range.
Yeah, Lil even tries to dodge him on the high ground there just for the heck of it.
We're not done.
You're not killing this Kunkka, man. He has two bracers and a Van Brace on the front.
Yeah.
You're just not taking him down.
I imagine at this point Nigma's kind of laughing to himself, like, yeah, I don't think we can win this game anymore, but let's just go out with a bang and try have some fun.
So the next game will be actually elimination match. Right.
It'll be game 3 decider. Elimination.
If you lose that, you're gonna feel very bad. Wicked 6 for Skylark.
Yeah, he's laughing, but he also had a bit of a face palm there. Aggressive mode, you know. Job's not done in this game, and of course, definitely not the series. We will presumably be seeing a game 3, and I would say almost certainly not be seeing another draft like this one from Nigma.
hope for their sake. Looking at this and what happened.
Scanning.
Apparently running 5 supports not the way. Maybe they should try 5 carries, because, you know, who's the carry? They don't have one.
Of course, you tried.
Doesn't work.
You tried the 5 supports. It's time for 5 carries. I agree.
I've seen a lot of that in my pubs. I never have my pubs with 5 supports, so clearly it's not the strat. Otherwise, people would do it in my pub.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The carry that is Skeeter continuing to bully Nigma.
11k net worth at this point, just has way too much.
They're racing. Lil is just racing. They're just zooming through the river. Yo, speed race.
I
don't know the full jingle, but
just going for the bounce. It's close enough.
Yeah. You watch Speed Racer growing up?
Maybe an episode or two.
Okay. Well, I like how he just blinked past, didn't even try and kill Kuro. Yeah, Roshan being claimed as Aggressive Mode will look to continue what has been a pretty clean game. They've had a few fun moments themselves, but this is a big tournament. You know, they're not going to get the minor or major. There's a lot of prize money here. This is a big deal for them, a new team looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, for them, the results so far in this tournament have been disappointing. I talked to the boys a little bit, and they said, no, in the qualifiers we were pretty good. We won versus Nigma, but after one versus us in the rebound match, everything fell apart. It's like we lost our strategy, we lost our that flow that they had before. Once your
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Confidence is shaken. Sometimes it does happen.
Well, see if a game like this can perhaps rebuild some of that confidence. At least knowing that you've turned this 1-game deficit into a 3rd game where everything, all the marbles are at stake. Aggressive Mode, Diffusal Manta complete on Skeeter. He's got the Aegis. He can start thinking about breaking the high ground. Has that Ogre Magi Frost armor as well. Mind Control doing what he can on the front lines here. He does not have much farm to show for himself, along with the entire Nigma team. There is just no item whatsoever.
He's gonna have drums. You better be there.
Dark is gonna fight. Get ready. But slow, steady damage coming in from Skeeter on the front lines here. Knowing they can just kind of sit behind him, keep on healing him up as much as possible. Time will cut what damage they do. We have using most of his mana pool to try and get Skeeter down low, but the problem is he may not have much mana for the team fight. Yeah, he's already headed back to the fountain, so once he's healed up, we could see an initiation here. Kuro doesn't have Blink Dagger though. He's gone for that first kind of Axiom Slather, so no real good way to start this fight. And Mind Control, he's out of mana instantly from the Void Diffusal. Pops some 1 charges and gets himself back up. Kuro goes in, they look for the vacuum stun, they just don't execute the combo. Kuro started a little bit too early and
he gets out though.
Yeah. For now, stay alive. Skeeter's still on the front line, holding on the Chrono, doesn't need it to kill the Omni Knight.
Yeah, that's your carry Omni Knight though, just there that died.
They finally had enough of GH. They actually drop a ward in the trees to try and watch GH out there. It's not going to find him, but it doesn't really matter too much in the end, as they're going to now focus down the melee racks, it looks like.
Yeah, they're constantly trying to catch them in the back with Mark. Spot as well. Peter jumps in here and there, doesn't really catch anybody. I'll guess the courier this time around.
Sphere is there, but the user they get the catch we mentioned, the X onto Wii, goes down, and
it is just a matter of time. They don't have a tier 2 on the mid lane or the bottom lane, so because of that, they're forced to go back, outpush the lanes once again. GH.
Yeah, GH.
Run away.
He's
trying to hold it. He's trying to get the kill without it.
He won't. There's no man on GH.
Slow, painful there.
In the spirit.
Oh, okay. Meanwhile, they know there's no voice, so they want to fight. Here do not have the Aegis, but yeah, they. Okay, that's team 1.
They're trying to go for Boranya again, the tankiest hero on the side of aggressive mode. And
he's got that casual hood, which probably actually keeps him alive there. Back his teammate who was actually keeping the base. They get the stolen shackles. They'll finish off the kill. We have kill after kill, going away with aggressive mode. Not much more to really say at this point. It's been a fun little entertaining game.
I think their game objective right now is to somehow kill Kunkka. Once they do that, they can GG out. That's okay. So far, they've been attempting to do so for the last 10 minutes. So
yeah. It's like those pub games where you're down, you've got 0 kills to 30, and you're just like, 1 kill, guys.
1 kill.
Come on, 1 kill.
Yeah, I get those.
unfortunately, it's hard to initiate. They've got the blink on Miracle, so no blink on Slaughter, but see if the Shadow Shaman can be the one to set this up. G8 use the wall though, so they don't have Dux's ultimate. Aggressive mode is going to feed the base here as Nigma knock away. They end up dropping the wall. Doesn't catch a whole lot until the vacuum comes in to follow it up. They get the long shackles. Boy, he gets dropped pretty low, but still got the Aegis to play around with for now.
They tried to do this vacuum wall plus cinnamon crush combo, but Kuro, he doesn't have a blink. He needs to run in, and it's not too difficult to just step aside.
Yeah, you see it coming. Very telegraphed. Kuro, he's running in once again on the backline. Kita is going to look to prioritize the Omni Knight, who's getting surged away. So, see if he drops the Chronosphere. Yeah, he will.
Catches Kunkka. Very good.
Yep, nicely done. You know, I feel like he should have 5-man Chrono his team just to make a statement.
And you're a couple of styles.
Yeah.
You know, Chrono, your team use styles just as a memory of that.
Yes. Yes, maybe throw a mech in there as well. I mean, you talk about Nigma's goal to get 1 kill. I feel like aggressive mode goal should have been the 5-man team Chrono with Salves. But they're not
it
quite.
Wouldn't change the thing. Expanding your big ulti and all your golden styles wouldn't change the thing in this game because there is a smoke.
All right.
There's Miracle and Mind Control smoked up. What can they do?
I mean, look at the discipline. Spartan is drawing lines saying push bottom.
Drums are there.
Yeah.
Definitely potential.
Dire are scanning.
Pull back. Oh, Barania. He was doing some shopping back in base. He has another Crystalist. Here comes Tito as Carrier charging in. Can they fight this one? Mind Control on the front line. Going to be kept alive for now. Nice vacuum, but it's... Okay, there's a stun follow-up. There's the crush. They just go down the radius. They're just
everyone
melting
by that boat.
That's looking like the end. He's dropping items. Skylark. Yeah, then leave him alive. Okay, I thought they were going to leave him alive, but not the case.
They tried to get that 1 kill. They smoked up for it. Didn't really work out in the end. They couldn't. Overall, a funny looking lineup. Yeah. Maybe they were just looking to learn something out of it, you know. You never play it, Kuro.
It is Kuro. Yeah, who knows what they're trying to learn? Doing some little player roles,
learning how
some
to lose,
picks.
perhaps.
Yeah.
Today's the day you'll die regretting the time you lost. It's empty and cold without you here. Too many people to wake over. I see my vision burn. I feel my memories fade with time. But I'm too young to worry. The streets we travel till our time is done. We both know cold state line, miles away from those I love. Purpose hard to find. While I recall the words you spoke to me, can't help but wish that I was there, like where I'd love to be. Oh yeah. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold me when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need that person who can be true to you, but I left her when I found her, and now I wish I'd stay. 'Cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no. Once again, there's nothing here for me on this barren road. There's no one here while the city sleeps and all the shops are closed. Can't help but think of the times I've had with you. Pictures and some memories will have to help me through. Oh yeah. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold me when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away.
Seconds remaining.
That person who can be true to you. I left her when I found her, and now I wish I'd stay. 'Cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again.
Radiant team back.
Once again.
Dire team back.
Well, some search, never finding a way. Before long, they waste away. I found you, something told me to stay. I gave in to selfish ways, and how I miss someone to hold when hope begins to fade. A lonely road crossed another cold state line, miles away from those I love. Purpose hard to find. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold me when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need the person who can be true to you. I left her when I found her, and now I wish I'd stay. 'Cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you
of course. In fact, the most of the time mid. And I'm starting to get an attraction. My confidence is leaving me on my own. No one can save me, and you know I don't want the attention.
Oysters at position 4 as well in one of their games. Everything's still open for them.
Nigma's draft has certainly changed its Hero Chen and open Nyx, although it's likely the GH Hero. I like it. I think that as a just player captain person, all Dota, Kuro Chen is probably my favorite. Just player hero combo. I think that his teams always look the best when he's a hero. It's perfect for his style as well because Chen sort of dictates the action. And now that you can port people into where you are, you're more of you're not just a general from the back anymore. You can actually bring people to the front lines. And big fan. A lot of wave clear side of aggressive mode already. I'd be curious to see what they look to do. They are second pick, so they will have the overall last pick, which makes the opener even more confusing. Consider that they're not going to be able to last pick their mid anymore, assuming these aren't support. So.
They could be.
I could see low play.
This could be 4 or 5. It could also be Void Spirit position 3, even though I'm not a big fan of those heroes who don't provide like any AoE, no save from your position 3. That's why I'm a big Clockwork hater on position 3. You want to have some kind of AoE lockdown guaranteed stun from your offlane. It's really weird. I believe I did not see this opener ever.
No. It's been a long time since we've seen Void Spirit already on the main stage here. We saw him picked up a lot in the group stages. The fact that he's picked up, maybe not, you want to try something else, but Viper. That is the odd one out for me.
Dire team pick.
We have a Timbersaw ban as the final ban there for
with the Viper already picked up. This kind of goes to show how much that hero is respected. I think that specifically these strength heroes that sort of scale with survivability output as their damage DPS does too. It just gets to a point where you can't really target the Timbersaw, but he's killing your team.
Remaining.
And that paradigm is very difficult to deal with, and perhaps you just don't think you have the answers. It also makes it easier for Nigma to lane. You want these self-sufficient side laners with Chen, especially with your other supports at Nyx, that they are free to move around the map and help out their cores, not stuck in one lane babysitting.
Chen on your team, you always have ability to outnumber the opponents with the recall, the cold recall. For now, also the build that you go on Chen, mech, and having Hand of God once you hit level 6. That's a lot of heal, a lot of sustain. Also that aura in the laning stage.
Razor.
Okay, we've got Viper and Razor on the same team, so perhaps they're taking a page out of the beta book,
No, we
and
don't.
this is a Razor 5.
Razor on the same team as a Chen and a Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, of course. They're in the same game, though.
You said same team, Kyle.
Delete the tapes. I did not. It's a nice pick here. It's pretty solid as a counter pick to Viper in the laning phase.
5 seconds remaining.
I am so blind. It's good against the Omni, yeah, duh. This is like the 1-to-1 hard counter in the laning phase.
You know why? It's because, you are a professional player. Both of you are former professional players, and you're used to seeing this or the actual pick and ban screen.
Yeah.
And then the moment it gets put in a different format, you're like, where do I look?
Yeah. Preaching to the choir. Let's see. A mode, you've got to probably just go for what I assume is your 5 position, whatever Spartan is feeling. I'd like something with wave clear here. I wouldn't mind something to peel this Razor away because I don't want something that would be just ran at like the rest of this draft. Something that could deal with the BKB timing would be quite nice. Perhaps a Wyvern. Go for the Rubik, which still leaves the lineup open. If you think about it, we still don't know what the hell this Omni, this Viper, this Void Spirit are.
Yeah.
Especially after that last game. At this point, I have no desire to make a prediction on what the hell is a support hero.
But I really like that because when we had aggressive mode playing against Gambit earlier on in lower bracket a couple days ago, one of the main concerns was, if they come in with a plan, it feels like they come in with a plan and then they'll try to do that plan regardless of what the enemy team is picking, and they'll telegraph what their plan actually is, so it doesn't really end up working out at all. This way, they can still go a lot of different directions. I feel like like they're coming in better than what we've seen the entire series so far, in terms of having something up their sleeves. Now that does mean that I'm expecting that last pick to tie everything together.
I don't know. I just think they're trying to adjust against Enigma and the way they're drafting, because something that they had planned before, they would have already showed it in the earlier stage of the tournament.
That's true. That is true. For sure. All right. What now? What do we want to see by Nigma? Razor so far we've mostly seen played by Weehan. Now with the Darkseer pickup, you're gonna imagine that we are still missing a miracle hero.
Yeah, I would expect it. I think this hero is also a lot more effective as that 3 position, especially when you pair it up with a 4 like Nyx Assassin. This is a serious draft. The side of Nigma, this is their bread and butter. They're all very comfortable. I've liked Wee's Razor a lot when I've seen play it. He can get aggressive, and specifically he can just go in. It feels like this team's a lot more comfortable. They're able to play around his decision-making as far as when to initiate. And as a last pick for a miracle hero, I think one of your standard illusion cores is still very much a possibility. I could see a Naga. Is PL still in the
PL's banned.
PL's banned.
I could see a Naga. I could see them even going some traditional hard carry. Troll's a potential option. I could even see them go for...
Radiant team
They could still pick V's mid, have that Razor against Omni Knight on the safe lane. This combo, Nyx Assassin plus Darkseer, extremely deadly. They can set up so many ganks. Yeah. Ruka does not have a really good spell to steal besides Impale in this game. You do not want to steal stuff from Chen. Darkseer is okay-ish.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
I'm wondering how A mode is going to start a fight. One way is to have this Void Spirit, if it's a core Void Spirit, to go in, make a lot of confusion.
And you go for the enemy. Interesting. Yeah, it's just really good as a conceptual matchup against the Omni and the Viper. You think about these heroes, right? You look at this draft of aggressive mode. They don't really have much catch, and they don't have much tower push. It's all about the team fighting and these big, beefy heroes they're trying to play around. AM is so good at playing around them because you just ignore them. Wherever they go, you go somewhere else. You farm creep waves eventually. You get up to that Manta, Abyssal, Battle Fury timing, and you just start shredding through heroes like Rubik. Meepo, is that still in the pool? Because that's a hell of a pick right now. Banned out.
What
that
about
makes
Ricky? Like Ricky, once he gets the Fusel Blade, if he's still in the pool against AM, it could work. Like you have a Blink against Razor Static Link. Also, maybe, I don't know. I was thinking Morph before, but now that AM is in the game.
You could Huskar. And with an Omni Knight behind it, I think that puts you in a position where you could just straight up win this game at 20-25 minutes. But this hero has got to address AM as a win condition, be able to hold Aegis, and in theory be able to pressure high ground before the 30-minute mark. That's a lot of old holes to fill. And I can't think of anything. Like, TA is kind of crushed here because there's a Darkseer Razor on the enemy side that covers you against the hero. So you're limited now to, I would say, just Huskar Meepo, but... That, I forgot this one. This is I knew there was a third, the Triumvirate of Anti-AM. You hit a faster timing, you have a super long stun duration, natural BKB timing, and you can, in theory, have 4 items up by 20 minutes, one of which is an AC, and just go hit high ground. I actually love this aggressive mode draft. I think they've got a good shot to win this game, but they will have to execute at a high level.
What do you think, Lacoste?
I gotta say, I was thinking about the last hero. They were not utilizing it correctly for pretty much every single game. They were having the last pick, but I love this Alchemist here. Like, he can play extremely fast, has a lot of sustain and heal from this Omni Knight.
And how do you pressure towers against Acid Spray drops, right? You think about what he's going to be up against in that off lane. You love, as an Alch, playing against the Darkseer. The dream, yeah, push the lane into me. I'll free from under tower, no big deal. Viper versus Razor, assuming that's the matchup, is relatively even. And we'll see, but you know, this is going to be a game for will Miracle shine and inevitably come
played this particular matchup a couple of weeks ago, and he dominated. He survived every single time, like on 100 HP. Razor is a good counter, but if you make one small mistake, Razor's going to punish you.
So things to look for is, can Anti-Mage... Can Miracle dominate?
Viper, I still don't know about what they're going to do with this Void Spirit and Rubik. It might be position 5 Viper. We could be totally wrong.
It's about the timings, right? If you're Nigma, you want to get a couple early towers to open the map up.
It is.
It's much easier now for Darkseer AM because their goal is just to spread the map, play corners, and don't allow the Alchemist time to get online where the death ball can begin to get in motion. Stop the snow.
Map control. That's the key here in this third game. Any final words before we head into it? Or were those your final words already? All right, those were their final words already. Let's hear more words, but then from Gods and Lizard.
Thank you, Stever. We're ready for Game 3. We haven't had many of them at this tournament. We got to this Game 3 in a kind of not so exciting, unconventional way, but we've got a Game 3, and it's elimination. So it's a big deal here. A lot at stake, Lizard.
It's a big game. Elimination match, like you just said, and it close draft. I love this. First game, you could see that had the upper hand ever since the draft finished. This game, you have an Alchemist on one side, aggressive mode. If they play their cards right, they can definitely take this one.
And on the other side, it's the Miracle Anti-Mage. He's been so good on these hard carries, the Medusa, the Anti-Mage, the Io with Tiny. Well, he's the Tiny with the Io. And it seems nobody can keep up with him farm, but if there's a hero that can, it feels like Alchemist is going to be one of the few that will.
I love the fact that they took a very flashy hero on their mid player, or on Piranha. He looks the best on the Void Spirit, Storms, Ember Spirits. And then they gave Skitter this super high potential hard carry in Alchemist. It is a little bit unconventional with the Viper position 5. But look, we have seen Razor 5 in this tournament as well. And Viper, I'd rather have this one. I think he's much stronger right now as a 5 in the laning stage. I have seen it a couple of times and it does work in the competitive scene as well. You just stack up those first stacks. What was the first?
The poison attack?
Poison attack, yeah. You just stack that up and it just starts hurting real bad in the lane.
Yeah, the previous, it actually got nerfed because people were just playing as a support. I remember. It was like the mana cost used to be even lower and you just play 4 or 5 position Viper and easy MMR. But the new Viper, I mean, the hero still can be played as support. We'll see it here in Spartan's hands as we'll take a little journey through the map of Dota 2.
So, I talked a little bit about aggressive mode and their playstyle and what they should do to win this Alchemist to go super late, well, not super late game, but that late game for Alchemist with around 20-minute mark. For Nigma, though, they have a very, very strong team. Kuro's hands, first and foremost, that's Chen. Then you have Nyx Assassin and Darkseer just pressuring the map, giving so much vision for them to rotate properly, to take these objectives. I think this game is much easier for Nigma, but aggressive mode, they have a clear path to it.
Yeah, you mentioned pressuring the map. Can they do a good job with their heroes of pressuring Alchemist and slowing down his farm? Or?
I definitely think so. One of the things that they really do have is a method of finding that Alchemist while he's jungling in his side of the map. The question is, do they have the firepower to take him down while he's doing that? Because these heroes, they don't necessarily rotate too well. The two cores, that is, Razor and Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
They're not your burst damage type heroes that will find the Alchemist in the jungle together with the support.
Nigma getting 4 bounty runes to start things off. GH may give up a first blood, but 4 bounty runes is pretty damn nice.
Versus Alchemist even.
Yeah. Important stuff as you're even going for the level on Greevil's Greed. Instead, he gets the Greevil's Greed on the hero kill and the first blood, so...
I guess this is better. Well,
I don't know. Who is it better for?
Yeah,
the gold lead is Nigma.
Yeah. for Alchemist, it's fine. The rest of his teammates might be a bit salty.
Yes, often you want to use that first time to be a gold to for your mid play to bring out an item or Tango's right away or whatever it may be. Bottom lane, though, we'll see AM immediately look to start getting aggressive and trading hits. Unfortunately for him, it's an Omni Knight. That's not the easiest hero to trade hits with, but Kuro with that starting item Headdress will give them a bit of a regen advantage. As hell is going on here? That's not mid lane. The fourth lane.
Those are not mid lane's creeps as well, it looks like. Are they?
I don't know.
I guess they are.
How we got there. Yeah.
One of the things that Boranya might be doing there is trying to creep skip and move the creeps around the mid lane so that he doesn't have to face Razor in that melee mode there. And right now, look, we might lose 2 creeps. One of them is ranged. Look, he's inexperienced. He won't. What are they doing here? Look.
Well, they don't. They can't aggro the tower because they're vulnerable. So
they're just running to the throne.
Interesting stuff. Top lane, Nigma going for some wave cutting with the Iron Shell. Spartan will get zoned back to the tower. We'll be fine there.
Yeah, this is the good old school Nyx plus Darkseer creep cutting, right? You do it until you're level 3 and then you start pressuring the lane, but you're doing it against an Alchemist. He's swapping, he's even pull.
He will pull your wave to this camp. He does have to go for a TP, or chooses to. Will TP back to his tier 1 tower, pop a salve. But that also stops him cutting the next wave as well a bit.
Yeah, and he has a huge 3-wave pushing in right now. They have to pressure him. They even have to dive him, I think, right about now, because he's getting way too much farm here.
Farming away under the tower. Doesn't get the range last hit because of the acid spray, unfortunately, but he'll still get some of this CS under the tower.
Man, Spartan is the work here.
He's doing a great job. Being such a pest and giving his out a lot of solo XP, which is fantastic as well for his game.
Oh, what the
body blocks Kuro. And again, absolutely has got that little Venom Slow, and Skylark is in all sorts of trouble here. Rubik knowing that he needs to squeeze in for some body blocks of his own.
Yeah, this isn't really an easy lane for Omni Knight. It never was. Playing versus an anti-mage, it burns your mana. Spartan
doesn't have good. It's not first blood, and he can now TP back to lane with full health, full mana, and Alchemist, while that was all was going down, kills off some.
Has to be careful though. They are coming, and they do have their levels now. It's a level 2 Iron Shell.
He's back towards his tower here, but Nigma are going to commit for that kill. This wave is pushing towards his tower, so we'll see if they can pressure him under the tower, which is a big creep wave. If Alchemist gets all this farm under his tower, that's bad news, but he can just drop the acid spray potentially to protect himself. And
well, he did.
Double Iron Shell is there, and yeah, he died.
What?
I should have seen. I saw that one coming. I'm a pleb.
Anyone saw that one coming. If you just run into 2 Iron Shells and die,
yeah. Well, next in line is Spartan. He gets a kill on GH. Maybe GH accepting his fate a little bit there. Spartan dying to the Iron Shell, ticking away, trying to duke in the trees, unable to really do so. Skitter will TP back in, can't get any kind of counter kill. Skitter will continue to farm away now under the tower. Let's be careful.
Yeah, some crazy moves. Perhaps the clownish effect of that second game spilling into this, pouring into this third game as well. On the mid lane though, Morania not really doing too well against the Razor, but there's only so much you can do versus as a melee hero versus Razor. He has 11 CS, 12 right now versus 15 denies on Razor.
Getting the most he can, like you say. Once he gets some XP, maybe finds himself around, could go for some rotations. Miracle is putting some cooldown. He's being ran at here. Skylark, with that slow, will be able to get this kill. Nigma Miracle is just going to accept his fate, do as much damage as possible. Tries to set up Kuro to get some kills. Kuro with the creeps doing some damage, but unable to do it much more than that. Both Omni and Rubik very low, so when Miracle comes back to lane, should have an easier time.
They read that really well. They read that he's going to try to make an aggressive move on the Omni Knight. I think it was a mango popped on him. He uses that for one nuke of purification, and then they turn.
Bounty runes coming up. These are very important. Alchemist in the game, and Morania are going to make sure they can get a kill. And the right-click battle is one
mind control.
Mind control.
Yep. But Lil did snatch one away. It looks like 3 bounty runes for Nigma.
Yes. 3 out of the 4, thanks to mind control's fast fingers.
The only problem is this Morania level 4 versus Lee level 6.
Yeah, it can't really make those early rotations or look to make space and plays for the Alchemist. He's far behind it. He may just die here. The slow onto Weeha was full, but he's going to just get chased down. And easy kill for Weeha. He's got brown boots, double wraith band.
I never see their mid laner have a good matchup. He very often has these pretty damn horrible matchups, like Razor versus Void Spirit. There's only so much you can do here. And sometimes if you die to get that level 5, it at least allows you to do something on the map. It's worth it, but sometimes you just die.
Well, taking over the mid lane with Void Spirit unable to lane here, but he's also going to suffer a similar fate to the Void Spirit and get picked off.
This is pretty much where Nigma's draft comes together. You have a couple of levels on Chen, Razor dominated lane, and they can play together. While on the side of aggressive mode, how do you create space right now when all your heroes are very under-leveled?
Yeah, this Razor pick is looking really good in this. Void Spirit maybe we've seen necessarily struggle a few times in the mid lane when it's head-to-head matchups. Weeha, when he was versing a Shadow Fiend, and here it's Bornea up against a Razor, just unable to do anything. Oh my god, look at those bottom four.
Bottom four.
All on the same team. But they have number one, Mr. Alchemist,
the casual Alchemist game right there. And Razor took even him over right now.
Alk's not first, they're in all sorts of trouble.
Their bottom lane was difficult because of the matchup, Omni-Knight versus Anti-Mage. Mid lane, obviously, super hard.
PH will block the stat from happening.
Nyx Assassin, even before, was a really good pick versus Alchemist. It always allows you 2 stuns to set him up ready. Skylar dies bottom.
PH, trying to hide behind a tree. Has some backup coming his way. Spawn will get the kill. Pay the price with his life, but doesn't mind that exchange.
I think that's worth it for him. Position 4 for a 5 as well. He gets that solo experience. He's happy with that skitter.
Mid-tier 1 tower going down so early. This dire jungle, both dire jungles is being taken over, and well, back at mid, Weeha with another kill. Void Spirit not even level 8. Up against the level 8 Razor.
Maybe he should have committed to the jungle a little bit earlier, but how do you do it as a Void Spirit? How do you farm the jungle? It's not your Ember even, or your Lina. At least you have some nukes.
PH found the Alchemist. He's pinging him, asking for some backup maybe, but Peter has the Chemical Rage, giving him good regen. On the run. It doesn't look like Nigma are actually looking to chase and bring him down, and catch them with Impel. They had the Observer Ward, so Peter was scouted going for the TP out, so now he's kind of... Well, I mean, he's not in trouble, in danger of dying, but...
Those are the weirdest jokes I have ever seen, by the way.
Well, the ward, yeah.
Considering he should know that there's a ward there. Meanwhile, we is just cleaning house. Yeah, solo killing everyone on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he just killed 2 supports by himself. And there's a tower being claimed. Top GH. I mean, this is amazing. He's not farming.
Exactly what I want to say. You don't have to kill him. You don't have to gank him. Just follow him around. If he's not farming, you're happy with that.
It seemed like when he first found him, he pinged like, "Hey guys, come kill him." But then his team realized, like, wait a second, as long as he's not farming, GH just keep distracting him. Yeah, this is fine.
They find some stacks as well. Mind Control does have his Iron Shell to work with, so they will try and take this down.
Oh, here we go, Bornea. What can he do? He's hit level 6.
Now's the time.
Can he do it? Well, here comes the party. Weeha, the unstoppable Razor. He's between the Thorn in aggressive mode side as he's just charging forward. Somewhat unkillable, it feels like, and there is no one that can deal with the Razor. Lil, he says, get me out of here. I don't want to deal with this.
He manages to juke them. He's only level 4 as well. Rotates towards that bottom lane, perhaps. They should maybe sneak that outpost on the bottom lane. That could really help them with the experience problems, but it's hard to get there.
Now, yeah. Well, all lanes kind of gone to shit now for aggressive mode. They're losing towers all over. The Alchemist doesn't have a jungle really to farm. He can't farm the top one. There's a ward there. He's trying to do what he can at bottom. He's playing around the mid jungle now, but as scouted by that ward, you've got to imagine we'll see Nigma running towards him. And Nigma, bounty rune time, well, they'll get 3 out of 4, it looks like.
Regeneration.
They just played with 5 supports in that last game, and now they're playing against 5 supports, it feels like.
Previewing maybe what was to come in the Game 3 decider. Miracle taking out that ultimate, suggesting that he is ready to go and kill Skylark at a moment's notice. Treads Perseverance, the Demon Edge away from Battle Fury. Looking like he should get a pretty decent timing on that.
I can't believe just how dominated aggressive mode is right now.
Yeah,
this map is completely out of their control. They can't really move anywhere.
We were all hyping it up. This feels like an even drop. Both teams have their win conditions, but Nigma have just thoroughly outplayed them all across the map.
Feels like an even draft until you realize Miracle will have an easy lane versus Omni-Knight. Razor is gonna completely stomp mid lane. Perhaps at least if Bornea got his level 6 of 9, but he didn't.
Yeah, this particularly that mid lane, it felt like was something we didn't really take into consideration. As a result, entire map feeling completely closed off for aggressive mode, who have no real place available to them.
You know you're in problems when at 11 minutes 20 seconds your mid laner is queuing up a magic wand. He has nothing else.
doing what he can to farm this big creep wave here. Stops the Impale here. He's going to look to farm this and get out. Nothing to stop. Oh, is there? Razor had the Yulsa, I believe. So it just wasn't quite close enough to use it. And TP bottom is soon right after that one. And Spartan, well, he can't TP out against the Mana Void. There's a very dead Razor. And he'll need to be careful not to get too close. He's being slowed down by the plasma field. So, double play.
Yeah, one of the best spells to steal on the Rubik. He gets that. I believe Alchemist does have his relic, right?
Just got it. So.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's moving towards his Radiance, but the problem is once you get that Radiance, you give yet another way for that Nyx Assassin to stun you. So you can Carapace the Acid Spray, the Radiance as well.
You're also playing against Dark, so you can make illusions with it. So it's like they've got answers for Alchemist. Unless this Alchemist was out of control and ahead. He is playing from behind though.
I mean, he's doing really well considering how much space and how many kills this Razor has gotten,
Radiant's
right?
middle tower
He's doing
is
fine.
under attack.
He's ahead of a Razor that's just stomping the map.
Dire's bottom
if he
tower
continue
is under attack.
to keep aggressive mode's hopes of progressing this tournament alive. So keep calm and carry on. Game is 5K in the hole for aggressive mode, and Nigma has played a pretty flawless game so far in game number 3.
Boranya has recovered a little bit on this Void Spirit. Not great yet, but he's got some levels at least. And perhaps they can make some moves together, but it's very difficult. I think you're just, at this point, you're just satisfied with whatever you can get on the map, and you're waiting for the Alchemist to hit his timing.
Both jungles are being claimed by Nigma, it feels like. Like Chen and GH are just in this bottom jungle. The top one's being claimed by Mind Control. Like usually you at least keep control of one of your two jungles, and aggressive mode can't get either for the Alchemist. Still getting some good farm, but nowhere near what he'd like.
They pretty much realize that in a 5v5 engagement, they have no chance. So they want to back everything.
They're going to be sacking the Omni mid, who has no protection for the static link of the Razor. Finds himself a lane down bottom where they'll miracle out of the lane for now.
His tower is under attack.
Battle Fury's still not completed, 14 minutes in, so...
They need a moment of brilliance. In situations such as this one for aggressive mode, as a team you have to decide to go and feed on purpose somewhere.
Yep.
You can't continuously try and defend these towers. You need to, like, let's see where Void Spirit is on the top lane. You need everyone to go there besides the Alchemist and force some rotations from Nigma here. That literally just alleviates the pressure on the other side of the map. They just need to think out of the box a little bit here.
The Void Spirit had 2k gold. He's just completely stumped, it feels like, as far as what to go for, what to do. Buys a medallion now, so some cheap, cost-effective items, trying to get some levels. But that moment of brilliance you're talking about, it feels like it needs to come soon.
Right now, it feels like it's too late, perhaps, even.
Actually with a pipe up already, so good magic damage block against the Radiance damage.
GH has an item flying out too. Hasn't farmed too much, but has some net worth.
Yeah, his net worth is... It's really a Chen position for it. I mean, Chen's been able to farm, play the jungle, whereas GH has been on Alchemist. He's been just following him around.
Alchemist duty indeed, yeah. Best way to put it.
4 bounty runes, I believe, for Nigma this time around. And, well, bad news is they're going to catch out the Omni in mid. See how they with the static link, the chain stun Kuro, 1 micro Chen. The Yules into Impale, just perfectly played and executed. Pick-off after pick-off, it feels like, for Nigma right now.
Yeah, those are the moments of brilliance from Omni Knight. Sadly, they don't really give them a lot.
Well, could be in some trouble here. Yep, gets caught by the Impale. That'll be the end of his life then.
Decent attempt to lift one of the Centaurs and stun the other one with that, but too many stuns.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
At some point, it feels like Borania needs to, he seems to be intent on playing this top lane and getting farm. It feels like he needs to join up with his team, and he is doing so with the Alchemist here. They've almost got enough damage to kill off Mind Control. He's forced himself out of it. They're still chasing Borania, looking for the pull.
He's dying to raid.
Yeah, he's dying to the Darkseer illusions. The Darkseer gets the kill. Does Mind Control have an out? Yeah, Skitter trying to burn him down with the Radiance. Mind Control needs to outrun it. And here comes the Anti-Mage in the stun. He's going to get slowed. He can't find Mind Control. He's being followed up as well. Oh no, this could be the death of the Alchemist. Sure as hell will be. What a play from Mind Control.
Just really good utilization of the wall right there. He followed the Void Spirit around with that Alchemist Illusion. Then when he healed up enough with the bottle, he goes in for a couple of Iron Shell hits as well and just takes down the Void Spirit, then runs away from the Alchemist. Was using that bottle between the ticks of Radiance too, just very well played by him. And because of the fact that they have that tier 1 on the top lane, it's super easy for Nigma to respond once they see the Darkseer is actually not only surviving but killing them.
And then instantly they can regroup back at this top lane. They've got complete map control around this hill. Blinking on Lil with the spell shield, preventing him from, or trying to prevent him from stealing the blink. Yeah, gets another catch, the same combo, duels into Impale. They may not play, it looks like they should still get this kill. Look, he gets away, but dealing damage either way.
Yeah, you can see GH, he moves in with that Carapace to prevent him from using Purification. So the only thing that Omni Knight can do in that spot is Heavenly Grace, that's it.
Yep. Do you like the Razor going for the Ag Septic this game as his kind of first big item?
I don't really like Agnims overall, but in a game such as this one, you just want to get it over with, right? You get that Agnims, you start pushing, and that's it. You're surrounded by the Chen Creeps, they can't really approach you, you have pipe. It's alright.
Miracle will lose his Courier. They had the Yash on it, so a bit annoying. Definitely a good item he would have liked to have in his hands right now with how strong Nigma is feeling, so we'll see. Alchemist, I mean, he's just farming the complete furthest possible place on the map. And he's being hunted at the same time as well. He may find some more couriers here, or even get scouted by one. He sees the courier.
Got him.
Yep. Immediately getting pinged, but yeah. He's up.
Probably good for him as well that he found that courier and not a creep wave, because by the time he kills the creep wave, Razor catches up to him. So.
Go on top.
You can see that he's also running around with Radiance turned off. He understands that Nyx Assassin might be lurking, and he is.
He is, and they're pinging him. They spotted him with the Observer. They know where he is. Turns it off once again. He has him to charging forward. Plasma Field didn't actually clip him, but they're still pinging. They still know he's up here. He's going to try chomp his way through with the Quelling Blade. Some good control from Skeeter. Kuro may run into him soon. And yeah, they know his TP's on cooldown. They'll back up with the Yules. Yeah. No Impale to follow that one up. Lil with a stolen stun catches out absolutely everyone. They'll get the Alchemist back to safety. Lil, bit of a troubling spot, but gets out of there. Some good defensive plays from aggressive mode, but
really well played. But at the same time, what did you gain out of it? Your Alchemist isn't farming. He tried to go out of his map. He moved 2 meters away from that tier 2 and instantly got shoved back into the base.
See the Alka net worth, and that's kind of one of those we're in trouble moments. Alka hero you're used to seeing almost exclusively as the #1 net worth hero in a game of Dota 2.
That's the strategy. You're playing versus the Darkseer. You don't want to have a strong Alka. The next level plays.
Man, that's some high IQ Dota 2 right there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The other heroes can make up for it. Void Spirit seems to be at least a little bit back in this game with his farm, but haven't seen any plays out of Borneo. It's been purely let's just farm out my way back in this game. Has the Solar Crest completed?
It's good to cast it on Alchemist to help him out a little bit, but you can see that he said goodbye to his game already and he's moving towards his BKB. It's not really your Void Spirit that goes for that duels into crit or crit first medallion. The Void Spirit that actually does a lot of damage. This is your Void Spirit that's just trying, please let me live, and that's it. He just tries to stay alive.
When they're in no rush this game, they're happy to just take whatever pickoff present themselves, continue farming on anti-mage. They've got the better late game, right, you'd say, on Nigma as well?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely.
Going for a little shovel, actually loses the salve. I believe Nyx Assassin picking that one up, but fortunate.
It's the true offering. You take something up and you hope they'll take that instead of your life.
Yeah. Begging for mercy, please take this offering. But not looking too hopeful. 20-5, 12k gold lead. Anti-mage, just courier back. We'll have the Manta style, and
top tower has fallen.
feels like Nigma just running on the map, finding some kills. think they're kind of, like, aggressive mode's kind of playing with them a tiny bit in the sense like they're just juking around, but like you see what the Alchemist was doing, sniping Couriers, Boronias, they're being annoying, but it's like, you know, it's like that like little brother where he's like, you know, he's annoying you, but you're twice his size and you can beat him up. Once you get fed up with him, you're, you know,
exactly.
You're gonna beat him up.
They're cute with their plays. That's how I would put it. They're cute, but they aren't really getting a lot out of it. As Alchemist, he's farming, but so is Anti-Mage. And Anti-Mage later on is definitely in a better spot. If he has that Manta Battle Fury moving towards the Basher, Alchemist should be ahead in this game. If you're playing versus an Anti-Mage, your game plan is to get that Radiance, get the AC BKB, and start pushing. Get first Rosh perhaps, start pushing. But you didn't manage to do anything.
Goes the TP up, but the vision is there, and they'll cancel the TP with ease. Miracle snatching the kill, perhaps not needed, but he'll happily take it, and to Roche we go. And no matter how far the out gets, they can always make a replica of him as well. That's a crazy thing to me. It doesn't matter.
That's their last choice, right? Get that replica from Darkseer and have the Radiance from him too. It's looking rough for aggressive mode, but this is pretty much what we expected from this series overall. Aggressive mode, definitely the underdogs.
Well, we'll see if they can pull something out of the hat. It really is feeling fairly desperate. Fun with a cheeky little Shadow Amulet, 5-position Viper.
This is your choppy position 5, right here with the Shadow Amulet. I'm done, guys.
Yep, trying to make sure he keeps getting his speed. He doesn't want the abandon, you know. To the high ground we go. We has the Ag Scepter, so he's able to do some damage to the buildings with his Eye of the Storm, as well as hit that secondary target.
We'll stole the cloud as well.
That's a, I didn't know it had 3 clouds.
Very, very toxic.
Style point. Lil, toxic? I think you're mistaken.
Must be someone else.
Well, after last game, Nigma have completely flipped an on-switch because they are just making quick, easy work of aggression. Background we go. Skeeter trying to frontline and deal with the push, but he just sets up a Carapace. There's going to be rules to fold up. We have the Heavenly Grace to back up the Alchemist to help keep him alive, but have they got any answers to this Anti-Mage? Position himself on high ground. He's playing under the brakes. Still do some good anti-damage to him with that, but charging forward is Weehaw with the static link. He's taking all of the Alchemist damage, and there's nothing you can do to fight now, it feels like. Viper just playing around the invis, right click, invis again. Trying to use that 0 cooldown amulet, but it doesn't really do much. Does feel like they're just going to take this rack with ease. There's the Bell Shield on the Alkstun.
They're taking Alchemist damage, they're taking his coconut and throwing it back at him as well. He cannot find the game right now. He needs that DKB, but
make some calls. Let's go and let's try burst down this Razor. Razor gets healed up with a perfect Darkseer back combo. They stun them all up, they blow them all up. Insta buyback from the Omnet, but too late. They've lost the Alchemist, does not have a buyback. Weehaw beyond godlike. It's been the Weehaw show this game. Absolute domination from start to finish. This mid-Razor 11, 0, and 6. Nothing stands in his way as he absolutely demolished mid lane and the game.
They are 20k ahead versus an Alchemist. That's the story of the game. You don't have to say a lot more after that.
It's really more. If this wasn't an Alchemist, some other carry, it'd be like a 30k plus gold lead. As Mayhem happy to go diving under the tier 4s, gets the kill with the Mana Void, and it may be GG territory. Last lanes of Rack's gonna go down. Alchemist respawning, perhaps one last hurrah.
He actually got out. He had buyback before he resurrected. Okay. What does he have?
The Yoga Club, I guess. We'll charge forward with the stun, but that is mega creeps. And Miracle's not really afraid too much. The Solar Crest busting him up with all the heals, with the creeps. They can just keep on pushing and not really be too afraid.
Still defending the throne, however. They don't want to... This is their elimination match, and for a team as new as this one, they're hungry for some success, so they still want to keep on playing.
Yep. Already is going to go jumping in, trying to make this last effort perfect count, but there's going to be another vacuum. Impale, Meteor Hammer. Nigma just styling at this point. As Miracle gets himself a double kill, he's godlike. He's looking for some more. To get the kill on Skug as well. There's the third. Can he get himself a last-minute rampage? Doesn't get the kill, so no rampage opportunity. And GG called as Nigma will advance through to the next round, eliminating aggressive mode in a very convincing fashion. Yes, he went to 3 games, but it wasn't close.
Yeah, that second game that they lost, they had literally 5 supports with Kuro playing their mid and Mind Control playing their carry. But aggressive mode, they did show that they can play in that game. They did show their teeth. They were pretty strong. It's not like Nigma can't win with that lineup. They can versus some drafts. We've seen teams win with 5 carries versus tier.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Are we gonna then first phase?
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Are we gonna then first phase our mids? No. So we have seen a lot of emphasis, at least from Nigma. If they can, they'll pick Lifestealer first now. Banned.
Yep.
I would imagine.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, like Gambit are almost always, they've got a formula for this tournament at least. It wasn't so much for the qualifiers, but for this tournament, they're almost always just going down the line. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Right? They're saving their 2, 1, and 2 positions for the last 2 slots in the every single game. The only game they didn't do that was when they picked up Troll against Secret's opening of Slardar, because they thought it was a 1-to-1. Like a really strong counter.
10 seconds remaining.
And it didn't actually work out for them, but they had a concept in mind. That was the only reason they...
Yeah, and I'm coming back to these bans because, first of all, we're very close to getting the bans on screen, but also we've seen a lot of consistency in terms of bans or bans that Nigma has been doing, but not much consistency in terms of teams or banning against Nigma. For example, sometimes letting the Chen through, sometimes banning the Chen, and Chen and Enchantress, of course, some of Kuro's favorite. We have both of them still left in the pool now as well. IO banned out. I'm not surprised about that.
You have to, yeah. The IO Tinies just looked unbeatable when Nigma ran it. And I think with Nigma, it's kind of like pick your poison. That was the issue for aggressive mode. After losing to the lifesteal, like, we just got to ban this hero, and then Nigma had first pick, so like, we got to ban Slaughter. That hero is just too good. So then a Chen gets through the pool. Like, it's hard to know what to ban against Nigma because they have too many heroes that just feel like they play exceptionally well.
So I thought what was going to happen is Gambit were going to give up Chen or Enchantress and take Timbersaw for themselves.
Dire team pick.
Because they've shown that they're willing to pick up their offlaner a couple times in the first 1-2. Centaur and Timbersaw are both kind of their go-tos in that regard, and they both do relatively well against Timbersaw, especially all right-click.
Yeah, and here I said that Nigma often goes for the same couple bans. They don't. Not in this game anyway. They completely change it up.
This opens up the Batrider for Gambit. It's been banned out mostly since FN just went on a tear with it. Most teams just been like, let's just not let him have the hero.
Yeah.
So basically, Nigma obviously know this. They're prepared for it. They either have a mid matchup they feel that can play against the Batrider. But the really nice thing with the Bat is it's a flex hero. It can still be played as an offlane. It can be played as a support. So I feel like this is a really good opening pick for Gambit regardless.
All right, well, we're going to see if they have lost faith in their formula from before. They are going to switch it up. Because, like, other times they would have snap-picked the Rubik here, right? That wasn't banned.
Yeah.
And so they would have snap-picked that up. And then other times, I think they've drafted both Timber was banned, but they drafted Pango again. So here, the Clockwork instead. Shiva, as you pointed out, Nigma is always willing to just snap pick a Lifestealer, and I can't disagree.
And I'm surprised that Gambit let it through, but I guess this is the first game of a best of 3. So if you are gonna let it through any of the games, this would be it. Like you feel like you have a plan against it.
Yeah, you've got a plan. For one of their openers. I mean, Florida's one of those heroes that just seems like the best offlaner. The heroes maybe a little on the OP side, so kind of just feel like you'd rather game plan for this niche pick of theirs rather than. I mean, you don't game plan for a Slaughter. You just kind of lose to it because it's so good. So see if they have the right ideas to play against the Lifestealer.
Yeah. So leading into this tournament, I was grinding a lot, and I felt like there was a very limited pool of both safe lane and off lane heroes that just felt good. And Slardar, obviously, he felt incredibly strong, but I actually thought Mars was the second best offlaner going into this tournament, and at first, it looked like that was going to be the case. We saw a fair amount of Mars in the qualifiers. We saw, I think, some in the group stage, but ever since, just not a whole lot of him. I know, like, Gambit picked it at least one, lost. Probably just haven't picked it up.
Do you have an idea of why that is? Because the hero still seems to have a decent lane most of the time.
10 seconds
maybe
remaining.
it's about some of the safe lane carries that aren't being picked up anymore. Like,
5
you don't
seconds
see
remaining.
as much Clark, for example, which I think Mars actually did well against. Less Phantom Lance.
It does feel like the hero is just hard cannons by BKB. part of it to me. Like,
Yeah.
the cores get BKBs, and it's like, well, you're just not afraid. This offlaner does nothing to you. Or you're here like lifesteal and you have a built-in BKB. We'll see Nigma bans to protect their lifestealer, the Razor, the Riki out. Here's that pesky. The Riki with the clockwork was something that we saw aggressive mode pull out in that game one. It lost, but you could see kind of how this combo works very well. You instantly follow up the clockwork initiation with a blink strike in and a smoke screen, and the hero can't do anything.
Yeah, I think it's so good versus because he's able to output so much physical damage that normally Lifestealer, he just plays a very long game. Whereas tankiness and like natural sustain, he's able to just like play the first 10 seconds of the fight, no problem, and fast reset, go again. That's how Miracle, he really pushes that to the limits, and that's why he looks so good on the hero. But Riki makes the game a lot different for Lifestealer, both through the intense amount of physical damage he's able to do, but also because
I think a core Gambit might be preparing to pick, if possible, is going to be it does have a decent matchup against Lifesteal. It's one of the carries that can kind of keep up in terms of farm as well. So that may be something they're considering as a 4th or 5th pick.
And Nature's Prophet comes out. We've heard, I believe it was Kyle, that is surprised that we don't see this hero more often. Ooh, Elder Titan as well.
Very quick pick.
Yeah.
It'll be the FNG here. Very strong 5 position. Cures your lanes. Very annoying. We saw FNG just camping cliffs, sniping couriers, creating space for his team as well. Very effectively on the hero. Great vision from the treants.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a very well-rounded hero right now for a 5 position.
when you have like your first 2 openers are very pick-off oriented, right? You want to be able to have a vision advantage over the enemy. Meanwhile, Nigma, they have a stronger team fight lineup so far, especially with that ET they just got. So you said Medusa, right? For Gambit? Yeah, I always like that against the Lifestealer. The other 2 cores that I thought were still in the pool was Faceless Void. And
Morphling means that they are saving their last pick. Overall last pick is going to Gambit. So they're saving their last pick for
For the mid matchup, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, the
There's
Batrider
no
can mid. I mean, that's the beauty of
That-
Batrider is you don't know.
5
So
seconds
Weehan needs to pick a mid that doesn't get crushed by Batrider, but also doesn't get crushed by whatever the 10th pick is. So you can't, it really limits what you can run in that mid lane, because we talk about that mid lane being so important in this matchup with both Weeha and FN being the tempo players who want to have a good match.
And I don't think it's going to be an Elder Titan mid this time round. Not against a non-me po.
And they're probably not going to draft the Pugna that they would have drafted before, because last lost to too successful being able to shock. So I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of space for the Razor from before.
Razor's banned. Nigma Bandit with the Lifesteal themselves.
No Tiny out there. There's still the OD. You could do an OD Lifestealer against them.
Yeah, so you want to prioritize picking up We as hero like at this point?
Not necessarily. It's just more like what do you think is like when you're in this part of the drafting tool, it's more about what options.
Yeah.
Right. So if there is only one mid that could fit here, then you kind of have to grab it now.
But if there's multiple, you're not too worried about things getting banned out. So you can always later. They actually go for the Legion Commander offlaner mind control hero.
I love it. Yeah, it's a great pick here. And I think that's why they prioritize the offlane, because there's not any other real offlaner that can do what Legion does, which is give you a save against the Batrider. Also kind of gives you a way to jump and go on the Morphling. If you catch him in that duel before he's morphing strength. I like how this pick fits into their draft.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage to follow it up, right? With a successful duel with a percentage-based damage coming out of an Elder Titan. That is a combination that feels very good. I think most of the matchups that you're looking at, like your matchup against Morphling isn't like super exciting, but you do have an answer to Fury on it because you deal with harassment damage very well off of your passive. And then the sustain from press the attack can really help you out in lane as well.
5 seconds
Gambit's lineup
remaining.
just feels like it can't ever really fight into Nigma. They can only really take small engagements, but team fights are seemingly out of the question, which is where Nigma having additional lockdown and catch is really good.
Yeah.
Is it something they can fix with their last pick? Like, is there one hero that would tick all those boxes? I mean, that's a lot of boxes.
Radiant team.
Kunkka's maybe the hero that stands out that can give them a big team fight and a way to initiate. But I mean, Kunkka, Lifesteal is just not afraid of the Kunkka, which to me is the hero you got to address. You need, I mean, you've got the Morphling, who's a pretty good matchup, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard to see one hero that's going to just change how this draft looks. You already don't feel like the Batrider Lasso against the Lifesteal is going to be a counter when there's Legion Commander in the game.
I think you had so many
10
options with that
remaining.
last pick. I think like Storm Spirit could have fit in.
5
Maybe because of the bat
seconds
matchup, some of the melee like Void and Ember Spirit maybe wouldn't work out as well. But like any sort of hero that just goes around and, you know, in Weehaw style, just goes and runs around and kills things is relatively fragile just because of the fact that they don't have the best way to be able to pressure you in team fights. Now, Lena's still going to have to be careful of the roaming potential of the Clockwork and being caught out by, you know, a big shotgun blast from the Morphling, but you just want to play for this game fast. And Gambit needed like a huge buff in their team fight. Kunkka does provide that.
Yeah.
Yep, that does mean that our Batrider is going to be for Shaklo this time around. We talked a lot about the mid matchup, Kunkka versus Lina. How is the matchup and how is the tempo going to be set? Because I feel like Lina has a little bit of the edge on that one in terms of tempo setting anyway.
I mean, Kunkka should do just fine with the Bracer build and able to just constantly harass the Lina, so I'm not worried about... I don't think either mid player runs away with the matchup. It may come down to what the 4 positions do, but that's why they pick this Lina, is because they know they can't give Weehaw a matchup where he just loses the lane. So this Lina mid is going to have a lot of neutral matchups where you can just go 50-50. And Kunkka's kind of that. It's a very skill-based matchup.
No, that lane could be really hard just because of the fact they do have catch into Clockwork roaming in, right? That, on a squishy leading hero. So I think that's where I would like Gambit to put the most pressure. I think they really need to shut down Weehaw here, make sure he doesn't get too far ahead. Plus, they need their Kunkka to be in a strong space. I'm not sure what the build is for this game. Maybe the Heaven's Halberd build because you're matched up against a Lifestealer, but they need a strong Kunkka to be able to slow down Push's towers.
Okay. All eyes on the middle lane.
At the same time, you watch the middle lane, Miracle's going to free farm, so watch out for that.
That's true. That is true. Keep your eyes on the whole game. How about that one? Let's head over to ODPixel and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Eva. Yes, Gambit up against Nigma here in this best of 3. I'm ODPixel with Lacoste. Lacoste, we've just seen the draft. Anything that's particular stands out that you're excited to see or a little worried about this game?
We just broke the game, you and me together. Courier sniping.
Oh, yeah.
Nature's Prophet TPs, you X-mark him before that. Kills the courier, comes back.
Amazing.
He can't die.
Yeah.
Jokes aside, they have a global lineup, pretty easy to set up ganks with. Either a hookshot, Nature's Prophet TPing with the X-mark. There's going to be easy to outnumber the opponent with this kind of a lineup. Kunkka, I would give a Kunkka 55, 60 to 40 in terms of the laning stage against Lina.
I'd agree. Yeah.
And if there's a rotation for opposition for early on, he gets level 6, then you get one more kill. But it's a miracle on Lifestealer. We saw what he could do. He can dive Fountain. 25, 30 minutes in against 5 heroes, they can't kill him. And you should not let this man free farm.
Yeah, but as you say, you know, Miracle Lifestealer is something that we've seen before. You know, Gambit coming into this series, they're going to have expected it. Do you sort of see with their draft how they can sort of mess up his game early on? You know, surely this is not going to be another game where Miracle's just given free farm. He's sort of ignored. Gambit's going to put the pressure on earlier.
Yeah, there is a bit limitation in terms of catching this Morphling before you get a Blink Dagger on Legion Commander, or if he overextends, you know, but he should always be able to get the Morph off.
Yeah.
There is burst damage only on Lina.
Yeah. And as sort of the game goes on, it gets later. This Morph should be able to outcarry a Lifestealer, right? You've just got the favorable hero matchup.
Yeah, you also want to turn into Lifestealer, so you have that free BKB for him.
There you go.
Also, Nature's Prophet should do very well in the lane against Kuroki. I'm wondering if Kuroki wants to heal some of the creeps. Dream.
I mean, he's just straight dead. Enigma diving down bottom. And he's come out all on his own there. No one else around to be able to help push them off. First blood for Nigma onto Dream. A also be able to pull the FNG away here, maybe try and chase him also. Look at the Spirit out, the slow's there. GH, Mind Control, and Kuro, they'll chase this one down. I don't know if FNG can get himself away. He's been slowed down by the Orb of Venom. Nigma, they're going to start off this game with a couple of kills down here. 2 kills for Nigma here. This trio just having no trouble at all killing them off. Top Miracle. Get the control of the outpost for now. Vampire's going to start pushing him away, harassing with the battery assault a little bit. Creeps will come through, so tanking up a bit of it. But we'll see how the lanes settle up, but not the dream start for the Gambit. Those 2 losses early on.
I like what you did there, Dream.
Got him. But these other lanes, you know, FN in mid, up against Weeha. You said it, you feel like there's an edge for the Kunkka. I mean, this is a lane, right, where the Kunkka shouldn't die, right? You're
he
tanky,
did not die.
You're getting your braces, you just don't have the burst on a Weeha to sort of threaten a Kunkka kill.
Every single time he gets close, we'll get hit a couple of times by Lina, secure the range creep with the Dragon Slave, and you're gonna get harassed. Same thing goes for Tidebringer. FN will try to use the Torrent to secure the range creep with that Tidebringer on top of it, get some extra harassment.
And this Kunkka's going to play such a major part in the game for Gambit down the line. You look at sort of these pick-off heroes, right? The Lina, the LC, they're going to rely on getting those kills in the mid game with the Laguna Blades, with the duels. As long as FN's around and he's able to offer up the safety of the run from the boat, it's going to make it very hard for Nigma to get those quick kills. You cannot underestimate the run, and it's especially going to be that much more useful this game where Nigma have this ability with the aura from GH to reduce armor, to reduce resistance. At least Kunkka's able to sort of counteract that, buff his heroes back up so Nigma cannot get quick kills.
Yeah, once Clockwork gets to level 2, they might grab a kill on Kuroki, but he has a creep right now, so they need to play around that timing. Vampire in a bit of trouble. If he can just buy time, that's fine. They just let him go.
Yep, he's still got a south. Because he's out of mana as well, he's just going to take the trip back to base. TP out of here. Shashlow's been able to pull the creep wave around, so nothing of experience will be lost for Gambit. They've been able to maintain control of that top lane in terms of farm. But it is going to be the situation, where if Shashlow mid, a bit of a trader, Weeha, not coming with the Dragon Slaver. Being just level 1, of course, with the 1/1/1 would not have been enough to push the Kunkka over the edge. As Weeha's able to push him away, make sure that rune's not going to be picked up by any roaming support. Mangoes are out. Weeha will be able to get himself topped back up and continue to apply that pressure. But as expected, mid-CS, pretty much even between these heroes right now.
Oh, one more Slave, it's on cooldown. This is going to be tough. He does not have a point in X mark the spot. He just brought something on the courier. Yeah, that's a healing salve and the tango, which will get him to full HP. Vampire actually making a move on the bottom. Now it's going to be 3 against 3.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Some good tri-lane action. That's where all the chaos can ensue. But this, it does mean that top lane, I feel it's got to be a little bit of a worry there for Gambit. You are allowing the situation to happen where Miracle's Lifestealer, he's going to get that space that we've seen many teams before give to this Lifestealer of Miracles, and Miracle's able to run away with the game. They must have a plan in their head down the line, because as it seems, they don't feel they can do anything about it now.
Miracle is doing such a good job just understanding the hero and how far he can go, especially with trading the hits, getting the most out of that lane, out of that Lifestealer. If Prophet TP's mid, once Kunkka gets Lina low, that little bit of extra damage could get them a kill.
Certainly got to watch Weeha's HP. If FN will try to continue to clip him with the Tidebringers, but as it is, Weeha doing a good job with the Light Strike arrays to mess with the CS of FN and just not allowing him to really get the angle to try and trade back with Tidebringer hits and Torrents. Bottom lane, FNG is going to be slow and focused. Vampire will swing across. Big nuke from Mind Control brings him low, but won't quite kill him off, as they will live. And this mid lane, yeah, it seems like FN, he's just really struggling to get an angle to harass Weeha at all. Weeha just consistently sitting at full HP. FN never really being able to find the Tidebringer hits, and now with this DD rune pickup, this mid lane's going to get even harder for FN, and Weeha's punches, they're going to hurt.
He's playing this really amazing. He's pushing out the lanes. All right, the Dream is gone. Back to Wee on the mid lane. He outpushes the lane, controls the rune, even though the previous rune was Invis, which he killed. It didn't matter too much, but the DD, all Clockwork.
Yeah, this is smart. They know that Weeha wants to play aggressive with the DD, so Vampire's moved over. They're going to get on top of them. Weeha land the two-man life strike array, but they've surrounded him. We are probably going to get a kill or two out of this. He'll get the one at the post the fairy fire. He's going to have the movement speed as well. FN, has he got anything else? Here's the TP backup. You talked about FNG coming across to try and help, but another stun. We are getting two of them. Salves up, turns with the Dragon Slave, gets the double kill. We are will lift the Treants. They will chase him, but they won't be enough to kill him. GH is even going to come across and give a good bit of a punch to FN. But some smart plays from We Are, playing aggressively. They wanted to try and punish it with the clock rotation, but they just didn't have enough to deal with the Lina.
If FNG hit him twice instead and one hit from Kunkka, I think that would be enough to actually finish off the Lina. Dream is also not having an okay time on the bottom lane.
Yeah, they need to keep this more safe.
A lot of resources early on spent on healing salves on this Kunkka. If we switch the network real quick, I just want to see the difference between Lina and Kunkka. Yeah, it's already 700. Sorry, 300.
It's building up. It's early days. And definitely the Warriors, that free farm lifestealer. They've got to do something about it, Gambit, as that problem's only going to get bigger and bigger. I think pressure's going to be on to Chashlo to make moves. He's obviously been able to pull the waves. He's the most farmed hero at the moment on the map for Gambit. So getting his 6, getting that last is going to be all important, and then he needs backup. He needs additional help so we can try and get in, lasso the lifestealer, play around the rage, and somehow kill him off. But it's not going to be easy with the start that they've given Miracle's lifestealer on this top lane.
Yeah. Gambit switching to a tri-lane on bottom does not benefit them at all. Like, you get more damage from Spirit, more heroes, you get more damage from Overwhelming Gods on top of some Treants from Nature's Prophet.
We are trying his luck a bit with his haste rune, but the Firefly will wear off, but wants to use the rest of that haste to return back to mid, make sure he doesn't miss out on the creep wave being pushed into the tower. Yeah, Gambit just kind of struggling to get anything done on the map at the moment in these lanes. You're already seeing 6 minutes in, Nigma starting to build up already a 3k lead in farm. As FNG will be able to find a courier snipe, gets behind the tower. GH will keep his courier that little bit safer as he'll hold it away from the Prophet.
I want to see rotation from FN against this tri-lane, get a kill, or if Clockwork rotates to the mid lane. Oh, there's going to be another courier snipe.
I mean, FNG's trying. He's looking for it. He's going to make the Treants, and that'll help him find it. He'll die, but he'll stay. That's worth. As he takes down second courier within the minute.
You need to help other lanes. Top lane, Batrider is doing okay in terms of CS, but the bottom lane, Morphling is struggling, so you need to address that problem.
Got to find out the best movement. I think, you know, as you mentioned, the obvious thing to do is to just get something done with this Kunkka. FN's getting the levels. Obviously, ganking top, very hard to do against a lifestealer with Rage, but definitely potential plays he can make elsewhere. He's got that great combo to land and utilize. The top, another courier will fall, and that's a big one. That was the completed armlet, I believe, being taken away from Miracle. So Shashko will slow that down for a little minute. Question is, of course, if they can really do anything with that timing and still go for the lifestealer without those items. He's still very hard to tackle at the moment.
He is. It was Phase Boots and half the component of that armlet. He would be way too far.
Yeah. Hang on, if that was a full armlet. Mid lane, Torrent setup comes into play, but a TP's already over from GH, and we are just, as I say, he's played in a way where FN just has never really been able to bring him down low. So there's never sort of that opportunity, as you mentioned, that Gambit would have wanted to look for earlier, where he's sort of harassed low by the Tidebringer spam, and then a TP comes in from the Prophet. Weehar's just been doing an excellent job of avoiding being in that situation at all.
I love positioning from Miracle in this game. He's standing behind the tier 1 tower, and he can also rotate to the mid lane. We saw that today already, where he ganks with the lifestealer the mid lane.
Gotta watch out for those infest movements. Very confident playing around them. Movement from the mid, Weehar heads down towards bottom. He'll help them pick off poor old Vampire, who's really struggling to get much done at the moment as this support clock. Just a couple of deaths. As you know, 7-0. They still are struggling to find their first kill. They'll look to Miracle, and they will get him. Very, very big kill for Gambit. Exactly what they needed. They outplay him. The combination between the lasso and just the pure damage offered by the Kunkka, enough to finally take Miracle off the map. They've got to keep this up. This is the hero you have to be most worried about if you're Gambit.
Batrider did not have a point in Lasso, even though he was already level 7, and now he put 1. He understood that the Miracle is playing a bit too aggressive. Also, JJ showing that the FNG is just killing the couriers all over again.
And it adds up, you know, a decent bit of money for the whole squad every time he does it, and Gambit, after that kill on Miracle, they're staying on the aggressive up top. Shashlo just diving on towards the tier 2, chasing GH. One more hit will do it, he'll get the kill.
Just TP out!
TP out! He will not make it away. Nick do get the kill in return.
But this Batrider is extremely farmed. Wind Lace, Boots of Travel, halfway to the Blink Dagger. Also, he needs the help. Like, he should play with this Kanka. Kanka needs to be more active.
We'll see where FM wants to head next. Albert queued up, that's what he wants to pick up.
Vampire needs to buy Tome for himself, only level 4. At this point, you don't care too much about Nature's Prophet being under-leveled, not having that level 6, and here it comes.
Yeah, and once he does, you know, eventually get that 6, there's the heroes that are incredibly vulnerable to the clock being on top of them, the both supports and even the mid, Weehar's Lina. If Excess Vampire can get on them, set up with the cogs, every single time FM will be able to offer that follow-up pretty consistently with the Torrent boat, and they'll get the kills on these 3 heroes. They're not tanky heroes early on at all. Now back towards mid, Shash goes up, he sweeps across, here's the lasso, drags him back and away. FM's going to attempt to head over, will get caught out by the stomp, the sleep. He's not even needed though, it's Shash though. He's just doing this alone. Really nice stuff from
keeping them in this game, putting the pressure on the top lane, killing Miracle, stopping his farm. Also can't be anywhere on the map. They should be careful about this global presence from the Nature's Prophet, TPing, Boots of Travel on Batrider. Also, Walker got his hook shot ready.
Now this is... and no, this is another courier! It is FNG! He's taken them all day, and in fact, Excess Vampire comes across to try and help him with the cogs. Miracle will be able to bite his way out and kill off FNG, but FNG will consider his job done once more. As I've sort of lost count of the couriers that he has killed, but he's killed a lot. As up top, I'll turn towards Dream. He has got Excess Vampire around, and 6 has been hit, so a hook shot's available if needed. Miracle will continue to try and chase. Do manage to land the stomp, but the cogs will push him back momentarily. Still, Miracle dives on forward. Does get shoved to the side by the adaptive strike. He'll turn his attention over towards the clock instead. Light Strike Array and the Laguna nukes down Vampire before he can drop a single spell. They'll get the kill on the clock, but the Morph will be saved. He will retreat and get out of there. Still, we're just watching this back. Shashlo, he's pretty much got the blink on top of the Boots of Travel at 12 minutes in. He's playing excellently. They had this situation top where they said, it's fine, let Miracle have free farm. We're going to make sure that the Bat's able to continue to pull waves and get this incredible amount of farm. We've seen teams do this against Nigma, against this Miracle Lifestealer, but then not do anything with that advantage the offlaner has. Shashlo, he's utilizing that power exactly when it's needed.
You have that BKB piercing ability, so you can just play that aggressive. And Miracle, like, his aggressiveness throughout this tournament has been like off the chart.
Yeah, and to the point where it has cost Nigma some games. You know, Miracle has he has high pace and things. You've got to watch out. Now, Miracle in games like the one yesterday, right? 15k advantage, an incredible start with the Slark, and a mistake or two, it slips all away. So Gambit, they know that there is a weakness they can punish. And top lane, they're going to try to drag him back into the stun. They'll attempt with the cog push back to continue to disable him, but he's still able to get into the creep, infest, and keep his distance. Miracle will survive. Gambit unsuccessful with the attempt this time round. Bottom lane, hunting for FNG in the trees. Kura, mind control, they'll find him. They'll bring him back with the duel. Can kill him in time, though. They won't get the bonus damage, but they will surely get the kill. Yeah, the final nuke takes FNG down. No chance for an escape as Nigma can remain keeping the pressure on this bottom lane.
This should be a tower on the bottom lane, even though they popped the glyph, but the global presence, if they all decide to TP, they're pinging it out.
Now Shashlo sweeping across. No lasso for a minute.
I did not see a single boat.
Yeah, it was been sort of talking up Shashlo's movements. FNs have kind of slowed down. Maybe just sort of focused on finishing his item. He will now turn up to the fight here, and a great time to do so is to set up there with the X-Mark, dragging mind control back. He can only sort of watch from the side. I don't think there's much he can do to help him out as mind control gets pushed back by the cogs. Does get the buff off, continues to run away. The ult from GH does pull them back, and in fact, that's enough separating Gambit from the Legion commander. Mind control's actually able to sneak away from underneath the noses of 4 heroes.
Yeah, because of the build, could Phase Boots Magic Wand on top of Raindrop. Like, any magical damage they have is going to be mitigated by those items.
Now, he's out of there and he's full HP. He'll go back towards the mid, where FM will show. and try and push this out. Halbert's pretty much done, so FN, he can really cause some issues for Heroes, especially this life stealer, making it very hard for Miracle to play potentially as aggressive as he wants to, particularly when you see, Miracle, he does love this sort of armlet build, the build for killing. FN, he's got an item to answer it. Halbert's done.
Kuroki just playing with the mouse at the moment, to 117 actions per minute.
Now, who had so there were some high APMs there as well, but 117 actions per minute. Now, Kuro's, yeah, playing it chill. Doesn't even need to plug in. Just roaming around as an Ench. You've only got a few buttons, a few spells to use. Get that impetus on or autocast. Easy job.
Is that how you play?
Yeah.
Autocast, all right.
Well, I wouldn't call it playing. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But, Ench, kind of a strong hero at the moment. Mid lane. Now look for a tier 1 here. Any sort of defense from Gambit, it's not going to be the case. They're going to try for the trade. Top lane, Exos, Vampire, and Dream pushing on as they'll start knocking on the tier 1. Nigma, now bring it towards the tier 2. Or maybe looking for a chance to sweep up towards that top lane that they know is getting pushed in against them. As Dream, he's hanging around. TPs start to come in. Dream's got to be careful about how he exits this. He's going to go for the TP straight away from the tree line, and he'll get out before any sort of backup from Nigma's inbound. Another tower's taken, though. Nigma starting to move around the map as a unit, and they're taking these objectives away from Gambit.
It's hard to start a fight with the Nigma's lineup. They need to get close, or V needs to use that Yule Scepter. It's really not easy.
The River, Empire, and FN smoked up a little bit of a bait from Shasho here as he draws them over. There's the opening for the hook shot straight away into Weehar. He'll look for the X-Mark combo. He yulls himself up defensively, but he still gets caught out by the boat. Weehar will fall. Now Miracle and Mind Control turn up. Into the Halberd, onto the lifesteal. He'll pop the raid. They'll look for the jewel. Dream, he's shifting up. Is it enough to keep him alive? It is. Dream will still live. They'll lose the clock. He'll turn over towards Dream. He waveforms away. Nigma, have they got any further catch? The Spirit's out. Staying upon Dream. Cashflow trying to slow them down and push back with the adaptive. Will stun Miracle for the time being. The stomp won't get him as Dream's under the tower. This is Miracle though. He's aggressive. He wants to keep going. Cashflow will be able to punish it. Drags him back with the lasso. Separates him from the Morphling. So Miracle won't get the kill. Shashflo able to protect Dream.
There's no follow-up. If Kunkka used his spells, they can't really go on the Lifestealer. They have enough lockdown with the Clockwork and the Batrider Lasso. They did a good job not using it in the previous fight. They got Lina without it. But Lifestealer really tough for not to crack. Right now, with the armlet 2000 HP.
And with that Deso certainly packs a punch. He's now on the bottom, Shashlo. They are looking for him. Nigma trying to head towards this bat. He is a very juicy catch as his game continues to be very nice. All three cores really of Gambit in a solid position. I mean, across the board, it is very close. Sure, 12-4. Only a 2K lead in it, though. And pretty much all of that on the Lifestealer. So anytime there's a situation without that Lifestealer involved, Gambit is still going to be comfortable taking these fights. Mid lane FNG causing a bit of a disturbance and a distraction as Kuro and GH will head back for him. I don't know if there's any way he can escape this, just try and take as long as he can to die. Spirit's out, stops there, and FNG will fall.
FNG 0-6-1, but he killed a lot of the couriers this game. Does not have a place, actually, after that bad laning stage. They need one item on the morph, that's going to be E-Blade for him. So this is kind of a...
This gang, they catch Shashlo by surprise. Mind Control able to just get the walk up and duel around the tree line, and Miracle's inside him ready to fight as well.
It will be a saving item once they get that Ethereal Blade plus some extra nuke damage that they need. Right now they're pretty limited. Clockwork doesn't provide that much. Nature's Prophet is hard to explain what his role is.
Imagine that Gambit want to get over there. They do have those wards that would have seen Nigma step over towards the Roche pit. But with the Deso, maybe just doing it a little too quickly for Gambit to do anything. They do have the hook shot, so we could look for a steal here if Exos Vampire wants to commit.
Nice.
Got to look at the timing, but indeed, the creep control from Kuro is blocking him off. The torrent's there, but Vampire cannot get in time. Great plays from both GH and Kuro to just block off any route of access for Vampire. The boat comes crashing down. He'll try for the TP out, but they've got more than enough guns to hold him in place, set him up for the duel as Roshan, Aegis, and the bonus duel damage all goes to Nigma. Gambit cannot contest the Roshan time.
This build on Miracle that he's been using for past 3-4 days. It's super effective, pretty easy to make, cost efficient, and it gives you potential to go for the objectives, Roche and the towers.
It is hit. FNG tries to block Miracle off, but he'll quickly fight through the trees. The torrent won't save FNG. FNG gone, and now Shash though has to be a little careful. It is an incredibly slippery hero to catch with that blink. And working on that 4-staff next, so he can have extra ways to sort of play around these side lanes and not worry about the catch that Nigma's going to try and use to get him. The big guy in jump 3, there it is, that's the reveal, steps up to mid, quick use of the E-Blade, and Kuro is dead. So Dream very much ready to join the rest of his causes. We've sort of seen Gambit fall back into this farming pattern, just getting these big items done. Now with the E-Blade on Morph, you can expect them to get a little more active.
Joshua is doing such a good job, just cutting the waves, almost has max movement speed with this build. Extra wind lace, I love that on Batrider.
So yeah, particular items, I mean, yeah, say sort of the buff from the brooch as well on the bat, very nice to have. One of those very tasty early game neutral items that you can find on heroes that want to be as active and roam as much as Shashto on his bat. Halbert's done for Miracle. That extra tankiness, buff up to the amount of heals he's going to be providing himself, and having that disarm to counteract a lot of the damage really coming from both the Kunkka and the Morph. Still obviously ways to play with the magical output they offer. That's another courier. FNG is able to get back to business.
That's a lot of gold that you get from the couriers right now.
You add them all up. So, left hand market. Excellent play. Dream gets the kill. They're looking for turn. Dream, he's going in aggressively. He's going to waveform forward, turn his light to the pop the rage, but he's taken a decent amount of right click, so he has to start shifting back into strength. Looks for Weehaw. Weehaw will be able to dodge that fun on you with the Yules. And Dream, he needs assistance. He has to waveform back again to get himself away. He will live. But very refreshing to see, you know, Dream really starting to get stuck in, diving in like that to 4 heroes. He knows his limits as the Morph, and he's ready to utilize them. It's mid, a bit of a play around with Miracle, but with both Rage and Aegis, not a hero that Gambit can commit anymore to. Not that they need to. They'll let him go.
Dream needs to be careful about Elder Titan's aura. Once that's maxed out, like removing all of his armor on top of Deso, that's going to be tricky. Right now, it's only level 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, once that is up, you're absolutely right. Any sort of stun that holds
and the
Dream
GH,
down.
he understands I need to be on top of him, so that's why he's building a BKB. He needs to be close. They don't have any abilities besides Lasso that go through BKB.
Yeah, and their best method of sort of dealing with GH would have been the E-Blade combo from Morph, so... I think once that's there,
half HP.
This is it's a tanky hero. Yeah, you sort of see it here. They are laying down the ult. Miracle's going to come in. Can they actually kill off FN? FN plus the BKB. He's running. Miracle staying on top. He has to use the hook shot at SA's Vampire. Will just block the play from Miracle. Pushing back in towards the torrent, but doesn't manage to get away. Laguna Blade from Weehard takes the clock out of the map, but at least able to provide some sort of safety for FN to get away with. Nigma, they'll stay on the aggressive as they've got this bottom lane, pushing in, down bottom. And with that Aegis, they can be very much ready to try and pressure high ground here. 23 minutes in. Is this another courier? It is. FNG.
Oh, that's a blink dagger.
Oh, very tasty.
Mind control, so he won't be able to position himself, get that initiation that they were kind of lacking. Smoke, Gambit see this.
Is under attack.
And they're losing the base pretty quickly. That is tier 3 gone. They're going to be onto the Barret. Dream does find the tier 2 top, but they're just conceding this bottom lane. They're not going to try and put a defense together. They feel that with the Aegis, they cannot touch Miracle the once, let alone the twice, so they just watch the Barracks fall.
Very nice trade. Turn here for tier 3 tower and the Raxes.
And the map's not quite checking out for Gambit in terms of that transaction. 3k lead though, and that melee racks up. A little bit of a worry for Gambit, but still, the farm, it is good. Both Dream and FN, they've got the money. It's just not quite on par with that of Miracle. They have to somehow catch this Lifestealer out.
The way Nigma has been playing over the past few days is have Miracle getting all the farm on the map, and
look at this man.
The rest of the team is just itemizing differently. You see V, he's like a core who's not gonna scale with this kind of item, so they're relying on Miracle to solo carry this. If you watched the game, he played the tiny 4-staff drums. Again, Miracle, he's their late game insurance. Even though it's not looking like it's gonna come to late game at all.
Yeah, everything's starting to really build up to this point, this 25-minute era, which I feel like, Nigma, the games that they have been able to win, they have sort of fallen between this 25-30-minute mark, where they really start to push on with the power that they built up. They're coming out mid though, Gambit. It's the opportunity to get in onto Miracle, but whoa! Dream's just gone! He stepped forward and he was a little too low. Weehaw basically just one-shots the poor old Morph. And Dream, he's without buyback.
Now it's time to go for Nigma. And more players, man, these days they're so greedy, morphing everything without having a vision on that high ground. So Lina just snipes them.
Yeah, one of the reasons why you don't see Lina in a game much against a Morph, as it's normally taken away if a team wants to present the Morphling pick, as you just get caught out, you disappear in a snap with that huge burst from the Laguna Blades. You've got to be careful, you've got to keep an eye on that HP number and make sure that you never have it too low when you don't have full vision around where you're playing. As this mid lane now, off the back of those kills, Nigma can get in and look to take a second set of racks away from Gambit. They will have the carry back in 5, but the buildings just fall so fast. It's Armlet, Deso, and the buff from the Legion. Miracle cleans up on the mid lane. It's 25 minutes in, 2 sets of full racks down against Gambit. The game is only getting harder for them.
Was that Laguna?
It was. He's tanky, FN, not quite like Dream. Doesn't really care about a Laguna. They care about sort of the full combo from the two of them. GH stomped straight up the ult. He pops the BKB. I don't know if this will save him as FN doesn't manage to get the boat or any sort of extra safety out in time. Kunkka will fall. It's Gambit. They're starting to hemorrhage kills on their all-important carries.
At one point, you gotta fight them. This is how Nigma was playing. They just park inside your base, kill the racks without even taking a fight.
FNG, I mean, he's doing his bit. He's going for these couriers consistently. I think he's easily killed over 10 couriers this game. Miracle, they'll be able to get a bit of revenge as Nigma themselves finally take out a courier this match. FN was trying to get it out towards that shop. Won't make it. Dream. E-Blade nearly done. So at least with that, some sort of safety against the combo. Obviously, they do have ways to break the Lincolns before the Laguna Blade comes in. But even sort of just that little bit of time can be enough to allow the Morph to start shifting and stop himself from dying straight up to Weeha's Lina. And he's hiding.
A lot of couriers killed this game.
That's a bit of a courier bloodbath. Players for Gambit now. Very hard for them to really leave the base with these 2 racks being taken away from them this early on.
Burrow, we talked about his APM. Now he's increasing it.
Oh, he is spamming that Q.
You stop.
Top lane. There we go. Stretching his arms a bit.
Radiant's top tower.
And tier 2, it'll be gone. Or will it? You see the line being drawn by Gambit. They're going to try and make this smoke play outside of the base. I think, that they kind of have to. The last 2 times they tried to defend from the high ground haven't gone great. They'll find Weehaw separated, but Weeha's got a blink, so immediately as Dream turns towards him, Weeha's out of there. And now Gambit, they're going to be pretty aware of what's going on. Sure, they'll see Dream on his own, but it's very likely that Dream has backup smoked up around him. And they're just going to ignore it for now. Keep the wave pushed in on the top lane. Roshan is up. Gambit. The smoke will start to end. They're trying to get in onto Nigma on the back line. The Jules there. Can they put a stop to this? Hook shot over from backline. The contra out. The Miracle. He turns towards Jasper. Caught out by the light strike. They've lost the back. Morph in so much trouble as he wave bombs away. He has to run as he gets Laguna down low. Mind control will fall. FNG able to TP back to safety. They're focusing Dream. Trying to TP out. But the net, the stop, it's all there to hold back the Morph. Another attempt to wave bomb away. He'll turn into Legion to buff himself up, given some sort of heal. He'll use the E-Blade. He's trying to play away from these heroes, but they'll continue to chase him. The Dragon Slave clips him, and Mind Control slices him down.
When Morph shows in a team fight, GH just starts following him. He wants that aura on top of him to remove all of his base armor and magical resistance. Morph does not have a buyback. He does
not
invested everything in that.
I think they just caught it.
This is it.
They just caught it. I mean, You got to understand, it certainly felt like this was a game where 2 racks were down. Gambit, they just weren't able to do anything. They tap out, they know it's their best interest to just focus on what they want to bring to game 2 rather than wasting any more time on this game 1. As Nigma, they get away with it once more. Miracle on his Lifestealer gets that lane, that free opportunity to have the free farm. Nigma make a hell of a lot of space around the map. And Gambit, it never came together in time. We saw okay farm on their cores, but they just were never able to make any plays against Nigma, other than FNG sort of in his own world, killing couriers for the whole match.
FNG against the couriers, and you had Shotlow cutting the creep waves, getting some pickoffs. But other than that, I did not feel the presence of the other 3 heroes.
Yeah, a bit of a slow game played by Gambit, and that punished, of course, by Nigma. Another one of these games within sort of this 30-minute bracket where Nigma just turn it up. They
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Just like we saw Lifestealer and Spirit Breaker cruising just now, it feels like Nigma is cruising through this lower bracket here at Tug of War Mad Moon. They are about to head into game number 2 against Gambit, lower bracket.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, Gambit needs a little bit of a help, and I'm going to ask my panelists what kind of help they specifically need, because it's not just draft related. It would be so simple to just say, come with a better plan. Anyway, I'm saying that that's simple, but that alone is already not simple. But it's not just the plan that fails, gods. It's the execution as well.
It is. They had the right draft that game that I think matched up well enough. It wasn't an outdraft going either way.
Mm-hmm.
But Cap mentioned like the mid lane ganks failing, the Morphling lane didn't really work out too well. They need to play better, and it needs to be a team effort.
Dire team pick.
Excess Vampires especially need to play better, man. Like I said, you know, roaming heroes and such, like he can still play that well. They gave him Clockwork. They gave him a pretty good game to play a Clockwork too. Like you had opportunities to be able to roam around the map, and he wasn't able to connect with any of his rotations. Basically, wasn't able to kill Weehaw. There was a rotation down to bottom lane where they had Kuro dead to rights. He ran down the side of the jungle, and for whatever reason, Excess Vampire blocked himself by running into the trees as well, into treants. So yeah, I don't know. They if I'm FNG, I'm getting mad as hell.
Yeah.
I'm telling my team, y'all need to step it up. And I was interested to see what the hell was going to happen with this opener, because they left a lot of heroes out.
Yeah,
there.
they did. They banned out Bat and Clock from the previous game.
FNG's just like, God damn it, guys! You guys are. I'm picking your heroes. You're not playing them. Watch what happens. I'm gonna ban your heroes away. What do you think about that, huh? You gonna play good now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Snapfire Timbersaw.
Yeah. Timber a bit of a block pick for sure, I'd say, because that's been an opening 2 pick for Gambit, for VP of this tournament, and has looked pretty potent when you can get it and then ban out some of those counters. I imagine Gambit were planning on picking this and suddenly like, oh, whoa, what do we get now?
Yeah, because it feels like they block picked the Enchantress, making sure that Kuro can't open with that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen FNG play it as well. But yeah, they seem to be a little lost. Normally you've got your openings at least somewhat planned out, but they're taking into their bonus time for this second pick quite heavily.
All right, hear me out.
All right, go. I'm listening.
Have y'all seen Core Silencer lately?
No. How good is it?
Not very. But it is good versus both those heroes. I'm just saying, if FNG wants to take a trip on the wild side, we can see that later down the line. No, it's kind of rough because Timbersaw and Snapfire are both heroes that you need like very specific count to, and the best one for both, or not best, but one of the best ones.
Dire team ban.
Obviously.
Slug.
The other one is
like
Clockwork, I guess.
I think
Also banned.
all these Timber games we've seen it from VP and Gambit, they pick it when they have first pick. So they get that last pick of the first stage, and then they instantly ban the Slark. Like the Slark +1 usually, that to protect their Timber pick. If you want the Slark, you had to pick it in this first.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's like how good is Slark going to be? It is one of the best heroes as far as playing against Timbersaw, I feel.
But what if you're not laned against the
Yeah, that is
like
key.
a Nigma specialty. I like the fact that they're putting mind control on the Timbersaw more. I think it was like a gap that was missing.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
they've shifted that way. But again, Weehaw, Miracle, they both play the Timbersaw as well. So They could just as easily sit up.
Dire team
There was
ban.
a memorable game early in the tournament where both teams really wanted the right lane matchup, so their side lane cores were just jungling, and the supports both had 1v1 lanes. And I feel like we could almost be in store for something like that because Gambit at all costs want this Slug versus Timber matchup in lane. Otherwise, you don't pick the Slug.
Yeah. You're 1 billion% banning away Void, right? Void plus Timbersaw Granny, natural center, plus then there's a Void against Slark, which, you know, that matchup can go both ways, but as long as you've got damage to put into the Chronosphere, Slark hates that.
I am
10
mostly
seconds
surprised to
remaining.
see Lifesteal untouched. Is it still, like, is it okay to
seconds
play against the
remaining.
Slark? If you're Nigma?
I think the other 2 cores
Radiant
are worse.
team pick.
Okay.
Again, I think Void is incredibly strong. Phantom Lancer is a hard hero for Slark. You have to have like a significant net worth advantage, and your only real advantage is that you can lock him down.
To me, it says a good thing about Gambit's mindset right now is they're not just overreacting from last game.
remaining.
Yeah.
I feel like some, lower tier teams would just
5
be like, oh, we lost and we got to
seconds.
ban it now because they need a carry still. But
Shaker.
as Cap said, realistically, playing against the Void would have been way worse. The same for the PL, one of the best carries to play into Slark.
All right, well, now you've got a very good Slark threat. That Earthshaker pick up, the instant initiation combined with lots of damage to throw in. It's a
10
pretty
seconds
powerful
remaining.
support duo as well, that they're both able to...
5 seconds remaining.
They've got both really long range damage put in, but they're also really protect. Got both Cookie and Fish. Protect heroes that are being gone on right now. There's
Radiant team pick.
Oh, okay. That's a Shacklow special.
yeah, and it's a Timbersaw answer.
Yeah, I don't mind this. They have no team fight at this stage, which is definitely a bit of a concern because we saw that same problem last game. They had no team fight. They last picked a
10
Kunkka to maybe
seconds
try and
remaining.
give them at least something. But then once Nigma started 5-manning, yeah, you can see
seconds
like, oh, we
remaining.
can't fight into this life still. We have 4 heroes that playing pick off, split push kind of style.
I feel like one of the only reasons you can feel comfortable picking Doom, though, right now is just because you've seen both supports and there is no...
Yeah.
Once you introduce a 5 position, that hero... There's still some, like, cores that can save you, like OD and... It's a lot harder to play.
So which heroes do you guys think Nigma is contemplating at this moment? This time around, they do get overall last pick, so they might want to save Weeha's hero for then, depending on who they want to give the priority.
I think they're probably considering Miracle right now. The anti-mage, to me, is still viable.
Mm-hmm.
Fine against the Slark, like you're not countered by the Slark. He can't really kill you. You don't really counter him by any means, but Medusa doesn't feel good against the Slark, I don't.
Dire team pick.
It's a Leshrac.
Yeah.
Like, keep it open with that as
Slark
well.
Hero.
Yeah. Hero shreds through Slark with the AoE damage.
And it's also a hero that can pressure a Doom lane.
Yep.
When you pick up a kind of passive Earthshaker support like this as a 4 or 5, but if you
10
pick up a core
seconds
that's strong,
remaining.
a simple Fisher block that doesn't do any damage.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, a neat pick because it can go mid theoretically if they do decide the best pick for the game is going to be some kind of
Radiant
miracle safe
team
lane
back.
farmer. They can run a Lesh mid.
Earth Spirit.
All right, well, Excess Vampire gets another signature hero for him. This is one of his most heroes, I believe.
It's his redemption
That's
game.
good.
He needs to step it up.
Yeah, he does. And if this is the hero for him, then I'm all for it because this is a playmaking hero. It's what they need.
10 seconds
I don't know if
remaining.
redemption might be too strong of a word, Gods. But I'm going to say this is
5
his game to
seconds
prevent
remaining.
himself from getting kicked. Not fully redeeming himself, just keeping himself in the game, you know?
Yeah. Prove himself.
He's still got the minor to go, you know. They're not gonna kick him before then, right?
Are you sure? No.
Oh wait, that's happened before. Keep
It
an eye on
has
that.
happened. And there's some
Nobody in their right mind would do something like that.
position 4 free agents out there.
There is.
Dire team ban.
Puck last ban coming out for Nigma. I mean, we are looking for an FN hero.
This looks like a Meepo game for Nigma, I think, if you don't ban that, maybe. You always got to consider it when you're versing them. If you're looking at mids, that can scale and be your objective taker because you have this safe lane Lesh. You might be afraid of it. Like right now, none of the heroes deal with Meepo
10
well at all.
seconds remaining.
Some of the most
5
go-to
seconds remaining.
FN. He was a pop player, similar to Puck. We've seen like no Storm Spirit, by the way.
No, we
at
saw
this
ban
event.
previous game.
What?
But that's about it. Like, we see him banned sometimes. It's very risky to go for something like a Queen of Pain or even Shadow Fiend or something if you're Gambit, because there is the chance that Nigma is just going to counterpick you. Right? They're just going to put the Shrek safe lane.
Dire team pick. Radiant
They ban out the
team
Medusa
pick.
still. Pick up the Pugna.
They definitely needed some more damage. This Slark Doom cores, you're not really bursting anyone down. Some additional kill threat.
Yeah, they definitely needed like a very mid-game sort of hero, which is where like those Quops, Linas, those sort of heroes fit in. Pugna has
10
that
seconds
special
remaining.
benefit of being able to a lot of
5
intelligence
seconds
heroes with it.
remaining.
But other than that, I don't feel like super great about this pickup. Just because I don't know how well they can protect the. And now it's going to get a whole lot harder when a Naga Siren strolls up to a team fight. Plus, now I don't think they have. Like, this Gambit lineup does not have a whole lot of lane shove, and that's a problem specifically against, like, Naga Siren split, right? Where you struggle to be able to push the lane outs and get enough map control that you can group up.
Yeah, they banned the PL against the Slark. I feel like Naga is, we've not been seeing much of it, but it's kind of just like a slightly lower tier than the PL, but does a very similar thing, but does one thing much better, which is the lane shove. And this feels like a really tough game for Gambit to address this Naga Siren.
So we've established Nigma won the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Gambit still has a chance to prove that they can play and strategize
5
at the
seconds
same level as
remaining.
Nigma. What needs to happen for them to be able to play their strategy?
For me, it's all about the lanes. Get those hero matchups. You pick this Slark first two against the Timber. You need to get that lane matchup. You need to come out on top. Doom's a really strong laning hero as well. They have very poor team fight, I feel like, on Gambit's side. So win these lanes, get some good matchups, and kind of snowball from there.
Even more specifically to me is the Exodus Vampire FN duo. I think that they've got to accomplish more in the mid lane than they did last time around, because I think it's actually more beneficial this game. A Leshrac could run over this lineup. It's good against Slark. It's good against Enchantress. If it's far enough ahead, it doesn't care about Doom. They got to make sure that Weehaw isn't too big.
All right, once again, look at that middle lane then. But again, this time maybe especially. Also, don't forget about the Farmer Miracle somewhere on the side, because that may just be your doom. This is elimination on the line. Game 2 coming your way with OD Pixel and his.
Thank you very much, CBS. Indeed, I'm here with Lacoste, getting ready for Game 2 between Nigma and Gambit. We see the draft, the panel, they didn't seem very hopeful for what Gambit has. I mean, from your perspective, looking at the draft, what do you think Gambit's trying to do with this lineup? And can they do it against the heroes that Nigma has?
Make hard quick. They have no team fight, no catch with the Doom. Like, you want to have something like a Disruptor, like a Glim. So a lot of the stuns, people who are good chasing. Otherwise, you're just going to get Fisher blocked or Naga Star, and you do not have a clear target in this game. And it's not a good Slar game. They picked a lot of the counters. There's too much AoE spells that can be thrown without targeting the heroes. You have Timbersaw, you have Lashrak, one of the hardest counters in Slark.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, looking at the Slark, what he's going to have to build, he is going to need quite an early BKB to get anything done in these team fights, surely.
For sure.
Yeah. Like fighting without it, it's going to be sort of borderline impossible. So we'll see sort of what timings Gambit can hit, as of course an all-important game to keep them going. And my goodness, didn't expect that one. Did you?
Definitely not.
Miracle Snapfire. All right, okay. So let's just confirm what everyone else is doing. It is okay. Just sort of that's the switch up. Kuro's playing the Lesh. Weehar's back on a Timber. Mind Control, Naga Siren. All right, okay. Let's see. Last time they sort of did this sort of role switch around.
It did not end up well.
It did not. This time it's not as crazy, right, as the switch that we saw earlier, really is. Well, we'll see. We'll see what Miracle's going to do on the Snapfire and see sort of what priorities are going to be taken. But as it does look, it's going to, Kuro's going to be playing this Lesh as a core by the looks of it, right?
Yeah, looks like it, judging by his Q. Wants to get a couple of null talismans. V, of course, mid lane on that Timbersaw. Mind Control. Maybe he just has better illusion control. Well,
let's see. Yeah, see what his micro control's like as the Naga Siren, and very interested to see Nigma do this. Obviously, their draft earlier was definitely a topic of conversation, and this one, I mean, they're definitely sort of doing this to show that they can do this. Yeah. But if it falls flat on their face the second time today, people are going to be pointing fingers and having a bit of a chuckle.
If Nigma loses this game, we're gonna rename Kyle to Kyle is always angry instead of wrong.
Oh yeah, Kyle's gonna be fuming backstage. Wow, this is yeah. I mean, I would say we didn't expect it, but hey, they did it in game 2 last series. They're doing it in game 2 here. So, well, let's sort of sit back and watch and see how it all pans out for Nigma. As indeed, Kuro is going to be here on the top lane trying to farm away, and we'll be backed up by the support of Miracle and GH. Set up with the Fisher into the stun. A bit of harassment here onto Dream as Dream tries best to run. They're going to chase this. He has got the level 1 pounce.
That's not what you want to have. Level 1 pounce.
No.
While the enemy is tri-laning you. Good body blocks, some harassment on FNG's Enchantress. If they decide to keep this tri-lane, position 4 hero from Gambit needs to rotate top.
Yeah, it's going to be far too hard for Dream really to get anything done against these three. Especially said with the pound, sure he can keep himself safe, but he's never really going to get the chance of getting close to the heroes and try and go for the creep themselves. They're diving in, they've got the stuns. Do they have quite the burst to bring FNG down? They do. First blood goes to Kuro. He is the carry now. So we'll get that bonus goal to start things off in this lane. Off to a great start for Nigma up top. There's some of these other matchups. 10-4 on FN's Pugner. As he's doing excellently against the Weehaw Timbersaw early. Is this sort of expected in a 1v1? Would you consider Pugner the stronger hero?
Early levels, yes, because of the Decrypify. He almost used all of his mana, and the V didn't use pretty much any of his. So once he starts using that, whirling that to secure the creeps, if he gets the Decrypified, he's still gonna catch up. There's no way you kill Timbersaw in this lane. Once he gets level 3, level 5, harassment is pretty much not gonna do anything. Fisher block.
Yeah, again, if they can find the bullet stun this time, FNG's able to juke it, but he's still getting brought down incredibly low. Jump forward here as GH moves in. Another kill for Nigma at this time. Excess Vampire's now finally come across. You try and do something in return, but still it's hard to fight into these heroes now that they've got this sort of early power peak. As they're looking for Dream. Dream does hit the level 3. GH trying to block him off. He'll be able to pounce away in time. Vampire also rolling in, but now Vampire, he's put himself in an awkward position. GH, Fisher entirely off the mark. Maybe just an attempt to block it, but it won't even be successful at that. It was maybe just with the player from the cookie. Miracle, he fuels GH, sends him forward. It doesn't matter that the Fisher didn't connect, as Excess Vampire will still die.
For a second, I thought that was Aghanim Scepter on Earthshaker already done.
Little jumps, it's like, hang on, what's going on? But no, it's Miracle cooking up those cookies. And GH, he's a huge fan of the stuff there, as it's getting them the kills every single time. Having this triple stun lineup up here makes it very hard for Gambit to play into.
What type of cookie do you think that is? Chocolate chip? Is it?
Oh, I mean, I'd hope it's sort of white chocolate and raspberry. That's normally the kind of cookie I'm partial to.
Do you
What
know
about
that
yourself?
white chocolate is not actually a chocolate?
No, that's blasphemy. Don't say that. I love it. What about yourself? Oh yeah, you're more sort of an oatmeal kind of guy, or?
Soy milk? Ooh, yikes.
I didn't say soy. I said oatmeal.
Oh, oatmeal. No, that's even worse.
That's worse.
I don't think I ever touched that in my life. It doesn't seem very tasty just by looking at it, you know?
Sure, it's not the prettiest of cookies, but it's not bad. You've got to give it a chance sometime. But no, I'm sure, you know, Miracle's got a good selection. He's here to please. I'm sure he's got whatever his teammates like. Stored in the good old bag of Granny, ready to pop. Oh yeah, this top lane. See at the CS. Slark's still farming. Despite sort of chaos, 19 CS, it's not terrible. You know, the Dream's being able to find the creep wave because with this pressure, the wave has constantly been pushing in towards his tower. And now with having the backup of both supports, they are able to make space to allow Dream to get the farm in the lane. Seeing bottom mind control, having no trouble at all down here. You know, Shashlo trying his best to trade farm, but mind control, of course, able to easily come out on top with the illusions. Just something that Shashlo is not going to be able to deal with really on his own at the early stages as a Doom. The illusions are just going to be able to trade with him much more successfully and contest CS much easier.
His armor is extremely low at the early levels, and he will get the farm. It's a solo lane Doom, which means the Mara Gold will start kicking in. I'm afraid that he can't make enough moves. This Earth Spirit will need to do a lot. Like his catch potential from that roll, they're gonna rely on that so much.
Well,
oh, courier train.
Oh, he's gonna get the Leshers as well. Kuro didn't get the memo.
Has been killed.
All right, Excess Vampire taking a bit of a page out of FNG's book from last game.
That's almost 100 gold for his team.
For everybody.
Yeah.
100, yeah, that's a lot of
500 gold almost.
Easy money. It's all right.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Top
attack.
lane. Kuro's farm still he's not doing great. For the kills that they've found, Kuro's having trouble hitting the CS. As see maybe them turn back towards action. FNG and Vampire trying to go in onto Miracle, but straight away with the Fisher. The stuns, it's just too much. It's so hard for Gambit to fight into this. Anytime they step forward, the hero just gets immediately punished. Both Vampire and Dream, they can't really turn up because they're these two melee heroes. If they get in, they're dead for sure. And even the Ench, even though she's got that range, she's just so squishy. One stun, and the combo's going to be there. She's going to get knocked out the lane every single time. They've got to be careful how they feed away kills to this lane, whereas I say Kuro, he's not necessarily farming the creeps, he's farming kills.
That's 3 stuns in this lane, which is pretty easy to set up. The Fisher, pretty easy also to follow things up. Vampire wants to play some Observer Ward to hunt the couriers once again.
Seems to be what he is going to focus on. I mean, we talk obviously about the goal, but as we saw last game, it really wasn't enough to help Gambit. The courier killing not necessarily turning into a game win. Up top, an attempt with the roll in. GH is able to juke it. Quick forward, able to turn with a 3-man Fisher. Vampire won't be able to have any further lockdown to chase them. Gambit just can't get in for the kills, even with his haste rune. FN's trying to chase on forward, but they don't have any follow-up. Excess Vampire already using the roll forward, doesn't want to dive any further towards the towers. This is a movement where FN gets nothing, and we are going to have a bit of time to start putting some pressure onto tier 1 mid with FN leaving.
That's not how you want to gank. There was a server ward behind tier 1 tower on the top lane also. He was just healing the creep instead of draining Ree's life.
Oh, yeah. Crooked forward. They're going to have the backup to get the kill. Miracle comes across to help out Weehar. The cookie action from Miracle, he sure knows how to bake it. He's making so much happen. From that top lane, tri-lane, with cookie action to moving the mid, he's getting the kills done with the help of his teammates.
And now Timbersaw is level 7, 4 points in the reactive armor, 1500 HP. You cannot kill this guy unless you pop a Doom. Shashlo, level 7 casual, no points in Doom yet.
He may be in trouble here.
The last time I saw that was K1 was playing very Doom.
Shashlo, he's gonna run. He's speedy with the phase and the scorched earth. If they have anything else to catch him, Miracle.
Radiant's courier.
He's looking for the cast. He's gonna have the slow in a second. Will clip him. Is it enough? The Fisher will be up in a second. Out it goes. Buying time for mind control to get in. He needs sort of a proc on the passive if he wants to find this. Another cookie.
Oh, very nice dodge.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These cookies, even when they don't hit, causing a lot of problems for Gambit. I mean, so far, the role switch in this game, it's looking pretty good for Nigma. Miracle certainly knows how to play the Snapfire. And this tri-lane has given Kuro this decent start on the ledge. Still, the farm he's struggling with. They're seeing even on the top lane, the press they're putting, the Dream Slug is ahead of Kuro's Leshrac. Towards mid, turning towards FNG. We are going to cut across and start to force FM back. FNG needs backup. Exodus Vampire's going to come over the combo. Looks towards Miracle. They'll be able to turn and take it. Finally, getting the Snapfire off the map. It will cost FNG his life. They do put an end to the reign that Snapfire was having up and down.
Doom has a point in his ulti, so someone should try to TP bottom. It's Vampire. He needs to step up.
He's got to make a move now. You've got to use the powers. Try and manage mind control. His mind control partners been very solid down there. The farm and the career kills is keeping Gambit even in net worth. Dream is level 8. Despite all the deaths that they were having up top, it hasn't knocked this Slark off his game.
It's hard to kill Slark right now. Okay, there it is.
This works just as good as a kill down bottom. The movement's made. They'll get the pick off. Dream is going to be focused. Does manage to juke out the stun, and he's healing up his Shadow Dance, but they have the AoE. The Leshrac, just such a strong hero against the Slark, being able to reliably do damage through that ultimate.
Well, he overextended. Like, you should just be able to pounce away from their combo, use ulti and run away.
Yeah, was just a little tempted with seeing Kuro as low as he was, felt that he could get away with the kill. Wasn't to be the case. Illusion. 2k lead for Gambit. They're playing the farm well.
A lot of that gold difference come from the 2 courier kills and the Doom Devourer. Like, look at the kills, 8-2 for Nigma, but Gambit is finding the farm on the map, plus those courier kills, of course.
And it's just sort of the question for Nigma in this lineup, when they do this sort of role switch up, sure, you know, mechanically they're going to have the ability to make plays. What can they sort of lead that into? Mid lane, they will make that movement. They'll be able to get in on top of FN, see if they can get Vampire as well, and lay down the Magnetite. They're going to dive on forward. We are connect with the Timber Chain and a Chakram. The rotation comes in, Enigma, they'll clean up kills, and they'll also take this tier 1 tower nice and early here. 11 minutes in, it's gone.
Yeah. If Ice Frog is watching this from his office in Seattle, I hope he buffs Timbersaw a bit more. No, doesn't seem like balanced hero to me, huh?
I mean, maybe, who knows how the mind of the amphibious fan works.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane.
Radiant's
another tower. Nigma, in a matter of seconds really, taking the mid and top tier 1 away without any reaction from Gambit. Maybe a little bit of a worry. We saw last game Gambit losing a lot of objectives and not really achieving much in return. This time round, still very early days. They're losing towers, but they are farming well. They're 3 cores in a grand place. Just a question of what sort of timing they're going to look to really make plays happen. As last game as well, we saw them farm well, but it never came together in time before Nigma was able to close down the game.
Pure damage, extremely efficient against Timbersaw. Chances not care about the armor.
Let's see if they can try and kill him off return. He's able to break the drain here with the Timber Chain. They do also have Shashlo moving in for the side. He's going to go for the TP, but look who's there waiting for him. Shashlo in the perfect place. As we are felt he was safe enough to Timber and TP out. Was not the case. Gambit, big kill here. We are starting to get a little out of control around this middle lane. Talking about control, mind control. 2,400 gold into the defusal. This is not going to be a fun situation for the supports on Gambit in particular. Once that defusal blade's done, these illusions are going to be pretty hard for the heroes of Gambit to clear out successfully.
Usually it's Manta style into Diffusal Blade. Like, once you get Manta style, you have ways of dispelling the silences, the Cripify, and you farm more. So it's kind of a farming item you do not want to fight. But if he gets that Diffusal Blade, Nigma's saying, yeah, we want to take this fight, and he just bought two blade.
Yeah, he's going in on it. And talk about going in, Vampire. He's trying to go on to Mind Control. Mind Control has got the song available if he feels threatened. And he won't be feeling threatened at all, as he's got the TP backup from Kuro. GH in. He's surrounded, he's stuck. FNG cannot escape with a Fissure from GH holding him into the cliff edge. They're getting all of these kills. It really is such a similar situation to last game. Nigma, they're farming heroes. Gambit continue to farm creeps well. Down bottom, Dream gonna walk into Kuro. Dream with a consistent level advantage, but still scared. Kuro, as we saw before, as this ledge just so much to the Slark through his ultimate. And of course, Dream not quite sure where the backup would be and doesn't want to make the same mistake as he made earlier when he overcommitted onto a Lesh.
Dire's middle
A lot of this farm is shared between Kuro, We, and Mind Control. If you're asking yourself who's the real carry here, I don't have an answer, but definitely Mind Control has a very good early game.
Mid. Mason. Now still be there. The four of them doing a good job. They're trying to save Weehaw with the cookie. But they got it. Gambit. For the second time now where Weehaw shown himself mid, and Gambit, they are using the abilities they have right now. They're playing that a little bit more active than they were at this portion of game one. They recognize that they cannot let Nigma get away with these constant kills that they're farming on the map, and they're reacting now.
GH is so close to Blink Dagger, 300 gold away. Oh, a little bit of a misused time.
Moves down on Kuro. It will be bounced away by the cookie. Can Gambit get in any deeper to continue to chase? Vampire goes forward, gets the magnetized down onto the three of them. That's going to do a lot to Kuro. Kuro's got to split back with a song. Oh, it couldn't be better. Whoa! It slams there. Mind Control with the perfect song setup. It enables them to kill 4. They're going to kill 5. Vampire stand up in the tree. And Mind Control, a beautiful song. One of the best songs we've seen. As Gambit, they just group up, and it's almost as if they forgot that the song would be there ready to do that.
Sign up for Eurovision, because this song was one of the best ones I've seen lately for sure. And they already used the Doom, they used the silence on Earth Spirit, nothing he can do about it. It looks like it's going to be a disaster, but it's all it takes, one good song. Even without the Blink Dagger and Earthshaker, they turn things around.
Yeah, and these sort of songs, there's a lot of potential for them to happen because of this draft from Gambit, going for these 3 melee heroes. You know, Slark, Earth Spirit, and Doom, they all want to be on top of the target. So it's very hard for them to play in a way that doesn't end up in them all being very bunched up.
You said Slark's going to need a fast BKB. You're going to see that replay once again.
I mean, it was beautiful. As you said, as soon as he opened his voice, we are going to have to watch back in the action as they did poke on top. They took the tower. It did cost Kuro his life. Maybe Gambit can pick something else out of this here as GH, he's being chased. See if he's able to separate away from them. That's been decrepit live train, but the cookie's there to bounce him out. H will live.
Slark going straight for that BKB after the Fusel Blade.
Now we'll get to see it now. I mean, he deserves it. We've got to see it once more. Could not be any better for Nigma, taking down every single member of Gambit off the back of that Song of the Siren. Mind Control really making it work. Farmed excellently down bottom, and now his involvement couldn't be any better. There's down bottom lane, they're able to take the creep wave before TP's coming back towards the river. Dream finds Miracle alone. Turnover towards Weehaw. Do end up killing off Excess Vampire down on that bottom lane. Still very satisfying to see Gambit play that a little more active than they did in game one. Even though it did just result in them getting team wiped, but still the difference not really showing. You know, normally you expect a team wipe and then a considerable jump up in difference. It's only 2k gold in it, and Gambit know that they are still very capable of making plays right now, particularly with the Song of Siren on cooldown. They want to go, they want to find these pickoffs when Mind Control is not able to retaliate and turn the fight around.
It's really tough for them because catch is limited. Doom is used on a target. Earth Spirit needs to roll in. If there's a good Fissure to block them off, that Doom is just going to be used for nothing.
That's what they can do about Weehaw. Definitely one of the trickier ones to go on. Shashbo, he's in though, and I say that, they make quick work of it. It's been a third time now where Weehaw, they do have a considerable amount of magic damage to take this Timbersword down in seconds. Slowing down Weehaw's game and continue to propel that off their 3 cores. He definitely have to be careful if you're Nigma about fighting around Gambit's lineup. Mind control, back to finding space. 3-0-3 at the moment, and he's pushing in top mid lane. They're getting it aggressive, going. Oh! Again, slamming them down, putting a stop to it all. Gambit, they try and get in, and aggressive. Kuro's going to tick down pretty low.
Oh, he's attacking Kuro.
Deny him. Miracle takes him out. As
a lot of pings coming on him.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 times in mid where Gambit have just pushed a little too far, and Nigma, they've just punished them for it. First time around it was 5 heroes, this time around it's 3. They've got to be careful. You draw the goals out of that difference, but you've got to imagine the experience is really starting to add up for Nigma.
Problem is, you have the 3 melee heroes who need to get close against Earthshaker, Timbersaw. It's the perfect game. Miracle, 2 and 13 on this hero.
Dream, he's just trying to run into the 4 of them. He's kind of crazy. What's he doing?
That's what they call feeding, I guess.
I mean, yeah, textbook. That was not a great idea, and you can see it from a mile off. I mean, Gambit, I think sort of those plays in mid, Nigma just have shattered them. And now they're just looking completely lost.
Play stupid games, though, and win stupid prizes.
Yeah. Oh dear, Gambit. A mistake too many, perhaps, as they've got to tighten it up. Now, with that, Nigma, they'll step away from Roche. The 3 heroes down, they know how fast they can push with the Lesh. They'll just go back to taking away more map control. And of course, in turn, making it harder for Gambit to ever get over to that Roche pit to contest it.
TP is coming out. Lesh is ready to take a fight.
GH has got his blink back up. He's ready to close this gap. Keeping an eye on exactly where he's heading. See if he can find it once more. Shashto is speedy, but he's out of vision. And will have the speed to get away. GH won't quite be able to stay on target. Oh, I say that he's still thinking about going, but no further vision or connection, so Shashto will manage to walk away. And Enigma, they went for the tier 2, but they are still yet to go back into the pit. They do still respect the team fight that Gambit can bring. I mean, well, I say the team, it's not really much of a team fight. Gambit's strength's definitely in the pick-off area, which is something that they just haven't found any opportunity to do. Every time Nigma, they've been grouped up, ready to react, and they've got great counterplays. You go on a hero, they're going to get cookied out. They're going to get Song of Sirens, there's going to be the safety to walk away, or even a Fisher from GH who's just going to block off plays from Gambit.
Yo, there's clumsy net. It's being picked up for a very long time. Mind control is like, dude, I already have net. I don't need a second one.
Yeah, double net action. I mean, there's a lot of heroes who will happily take it. Maybe even Kuro having some sort of setup with the stun and be incredibly reliable. And then into Roche they go. Last time, Gambit tried to head over here with Dream, ended up in a huge mess. They're not going to head over this time. Nigma having more space to take this Roche, get the Aegis onto Kuro. They'll head back over to mid, and it just feels like Gambit are slipping into sort of the same problems they had in game 1. They're not being able to make any sort of plays with these heroes.
It feels like they're not playing Dota at the moment. There's no real motivation. It feels like Doom is used, and that's all. Let's run onto them.
So what they can get is Shashto. He's into the trees. What does he want to drop the Doom on? He's holding onto it for now. Doesn't want to drop it immediately onto GH. Will be set up by the Yules. They've got the combo. Snap's going to be out. GH will manage to get it. There's the BKB. Shashto putting the Doom down onto a full HP Weehaw. So Weehaw will be fine. He just won't be able to use any abilities for now. FNG's turned upon. They've lost 1-for-1 here at the moment as both supports will fall. But Nigma, they're ready to keep this fight going. The Doom, it's about to win. Snapfire cookie forward as Timbersaw bounces onto Shashlo's Doom. It's 2 dead on them. FN, he's separated. The Song setup's there, buying time for Kuro to head over and help Mind Control kill off the Pugner. As here they have it. FN, he cannot run. Sorry, it wasn't Kuro, it's just Miracle. Everybody else comes over to see the death of FN once more. It is getting bloody right now. 26-8. Gambit, they just haven't been able to find any sort of play going their way.
Such a tough Doom game to start with. You do not have a clear target. If you don't Doom Naga Fire, you're going to use ulti and you will run away. Mind control without mana at the moment.
Oh, they get the stun. It's too much for Dream to deal with. Vampire rolls in. He is almost certainly going to fall. No way out.
It's a nightmare for Dream.
It's looking a little bit hopeless now for Gambit. I don't know how they can swing this one back in. It's You know, 8K not necessarily the scariest of disadvantages to be at, but it's just the draft, the lineup. What can it do against these heroes when it's behind Nigma? They're going up to the high ground, fighting around the tier 3. We up. It'll be okay here as
Dire's structures
got enough regen, having the pipe far too tanky, and this whole game, mind control, he's just been allowed to free farm. 13,000 net worth at the moment at 23 minutes in. Shash though, he's popped the BKB, but it's just a BKB, a walk-in, a hello, and a goodbye. What can they do inside the base? Losing heroes, unable to push Nigma back. They'll take this tier 3 tower, Nigma.
To back off. Or is it?
I mean,
it was just Kuro with Boots of Travel tipping, with the TP scroll tipping back as Boots of Travel would come back into a team fight. Also, Beef got a lot of it. Echo.
GH is in. Sam's there as well as the fish and Snapfire out. Multiple kisses raining down from above. They will be able to split, get away. The combo this time won't kill them. So that is a couple of ults down from Nigma. Doesn't get the job done. Onto Gambit in the trees though. They've found excess Vampire out and alone outside of the base. No chance for him to escape. Greaves done on Miracle, so the aura is building up for Nigma. They really can now just stay sat outside the base of Gambit. They've got the sustain to keep themselves here.
Mark once again.
I'll get him once.
It's a lot of damage.
Let's see what they can find off the back of that first kill. Can they get more? GH throwing the Fisher out. The Doom has been dropped onto Weehaw. Weeha's going to need assistance. He's stuck inside of the base here. Kuro outside goes to the Yule Stop onto FS, but won't be able to execute it. They do lose Weehaw. The Doom's successful this time. With him as deep as he was, Nigma could not get him out. Now Gambit, it's their time to strike. They've got to hit back hard. They'll look towards Miracle. The rest of Nigma get themselves away. Miracle goes to the TP out, but Vampire cancels the TP. A double kill. Finally, Gambit able to get together some sort of play as Nigma, they just died that little bit too deep. Weehaw caught on the high ground. No backup can get to him. Gambit will finally push back Nigma.
On the top lane, meanwhile, Nagastar almost took the full interaction connect. Vampire, we talked about how he needs to be more active, redeem himself for a bad game in game number 1. And right now he's doing it. He's been waiting 20-25 minutes.
Yes, kills like those in this sort of part of the game. You know, this is, you know, everything's against Gambit now. They're holding the base. It's hard. Mind Control's farm does continue to spiral out of control. When he starts to build into that heart, he is going to be a huge issue. Not that he isn't one already. I mean, he's 6-0-8. They've been unable to do anything about the Naga Sirens game. This is not an easy comeback for Gambit, but maybe there's some way they can make it happen. Nigma, they have had big leads before where they've made these sort of mistakes. Cores have been going up to high ground unnecessarily, and then the turnaround has come into play. Gambit, there's still a glimmer of hope for them.
There is, but this Clark needs to be more careful. Also, what Nigma needs to do is kill that Pagana's ward. It dismantled Lashrak in the previous fight.
Outside the base once more. GH, he's there waiting for an opportunity to jump in if Gambit do overcommit onto Weehaw. Present the Timber at the front. GH, he's just got to wait for the counterplay. No need to reveal himself until that is required. FNG starting to harass Weehaw a bit with the impetus. Breathes her out. GH does step forward.
Siege. Healer actions are gone.
It's down. Nigma, they get what they came for on this top lane. We'll see if they want to reposition elsewhere and try to repeat the play on the mid as they do swing around. Over to the mid they go. Stream still about 1,400 gold away from having the BKB done, and until that point his impact in the fight is not going to be great. There's far too many stuns for him to really head in. Desperately needing that item pickup for Gambit can really use the Slark to his full power. FNG's stepping out with the smoke, trying to scout, see if there's anyone close by on the high ground. Break it. They've got the ward down so they see Nigma's positioning. You know the GH is separated from the squad. They'll try and find him, but GH is quick with the blink. Over he goes, up to the hills, and he's out. And now Weehaw heading in, tries to punish Gambit for this attempt to try and grab onto Shaker, but they won't get it.
If they can get a good song just to cancel the whole fight once Doom is used, I think they're just gonna go in and finish the game.
Mind control is he's just sort of a whole nother problem for Gambit. How on earth do they deal with this Naga Siren? It's 9k lead, 30-11, 28 minutes in. The always continuing to be held right up to the doors of the base of Gambit. Nigma eyeing up that second set of meta racks. We'll see what they can get. The illusions slowly sieging down the mid-tier 3 tower. Dream is just pushing out top, does come back, was trying to get as many waves as he could, and he got enough. The BKB now done on Slark. They have got those items, both FN and Dream with BKBs ready to fight with.
This is what Nigma does. They come inside your base, forcing you to make a move, make a mistake, and this is where they shine. Like, they're so far ahead right now that you can't afford to make a mistake. No buyback, only Doom has a buyback game side.
Understandable, you know, Gambit, there's no way they're winning fights without fully in these items. They've gone fully in with these purchases, trying to do something on the spot. Somehow get Weehar away as he is slowly tickling down the tower. Santo is able to get in and find the Tomb onto the Naga Siren, but he's already separated. He's able to get away. FN committing with a BKB. GH and Weehar trying to sneak away in the trees. Weehar turns with the Chakram. Jump forward.
That's a big kill.
He's getting light train down low. They'll kill off the Shaker. Now they've got to look for more. Chakram and Dream continue to commit in the trees. Roll forward. They found Corridor. Silenced him up. He's using up the Earthbreaker in response. The Smortimus Skitches are coming down. Dream, he's trying to fight on into the 3 of them. Pots the BKB in the Shadow Dance. He has to run. Excess Vampire's down for a minute. No buyback. Chakram will pop the BKB, but the 4 member will continue to chase him down. He's got decent movement speed, but the BKB ends. He's netted up. He'll fall. He does have buyback himself, but that was Gap's attempt to fight with these newly picked up BKBs, and it didn't do enough. They kill the Shaker, but they get nothing else. They lose 2 of their own.
When you see your Slark with BKB and ulti running away, you know it's time to write something in the old pad.
It doesn't feel great when you see that item and ability active at the same time. It's not been the way you want to take the fight. These bottom racks, Gambit, they're just going to have to watch them go.
Miracle did a good job in the previous fight. He got rid of that board from Pogna with his bird ability. Just insta-kills it.
And there we go. Bottom racks taken. Nigma, they know that they can start to just threaten the towers. It's been very hard for Gambit to push them off any of the barracks. Pushing them off the tier 4s is going to be just as impossible as it seems. Dream forced to pop the Shadow Dance. GH is in with the Echo Stand. They have the control through the Shadow Dance. Dream, he'll pop the BKB, but he's dead and gone. 70 seconds, no buyback. Vampire tries to roll away, but Kuro gets in, blocks him off. Vampire will fall as Nigma, they pretty much just done it here. GG is indeed called as Nigma will the series is theirs 2-0. They knocked Gambit down and out, and they did it through something to the critics. I don't know quite what, but they made these roll swaps once again. This time it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
Mind controls Naga Siren flawless. He played this game as if he's been playing carry his whole life.
0 deaths on Naga Siren.
Yeah.
I feel like Nigma did not give opportunity to Gambit to actually play the game in both these games. Once again, it feels like they have the same strat. They're gonna choke you. You can't farm find the farm in your own jungle. We're gonna build up advantage slowly, get the Roche, and just finish the game from there.
Yeah, the draft just felt very